idea, the kind of audience you're aiming for, the kind of challenge anybody's comfortable with. Or
Oh,
for
I'll
that
see.
matter, what expectations they're coming in with me. I talk
Yeah,
about a lot of controversial issues, and
absolutely.
these peeps don't always play well together.
Okay. You're gonna be like a kid in a candy shop here. You're gonna be happy. So my introduction is most people's first introduction to my content is I made a review of Cuties in which I said that the girls in Cuties were hot. And I said that I think that's part of the challenge of the movie is seeing if you can be induced to being attracted to these 11-year-old girls twerking and forcing you to confront your own participation in a society that objectifies young women, including prepubescent girls, and the kind of moral, uncomfortable space that put me in and that puts the viewer in, and that I appreciated. I thought it was unethical to use children to make the film, but I appreciated the kind of artistic loop that it throws the audience for. So everybody called me a pedophile, of course, as you know, as you have experienced yourself. I believe.
Not a day goes by when I'm not called something.
Okay, well, good. And today will be no exception. Yeah, so I got banned from YouTube for a few months until they actually looked into my content and they're like, oh no, that he's not actually promoting child abuse. This is fine. They unbanned me. I made a rap song called "I'm a Pedophile,"
Ooh.
and then I made a whole rap album. I made a bunch of other content, and I started streaming. And yeah, so I've been on YouTube for 4 years. Pedophilia is one topic I have brushed on a few times. Now I'm very interested in it as the place where thought crime seems to be, um, taking over, taking root, where
You
people seem
feel
to
comfortable condemning thought crime if that's the thought.
exactly, yeah, and so I'm very anti-thought crime, so naturally I'm drawn to the topic, and also just human sexuality
You're
is interesting to
anti-thought
me.
crime.
I'm anti-thought crime, yeah. So I think we probably see eye to eye on a lot of things, and so I'm willing to make my own audience extremely uncomfortable. So whatever you want to say, there's no point where I'm going to say like, oh, this is too much. Whatever you believe or have found in your research or you want to share with us, we're ready to ride the roller coaster. Um, okay, so how do I pronounce your last name?
Cantor.
Cantor. Okay, like the deli.
Oh, wow. You've been?
I've been. Yeah.
Good for you. Yes,
Thank you.
exactly. Same. We're not related in any way that we know, but same rough area of Europe that many generations ago.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So, uh, one other note about thought crime and about you. I read. So you were on the board, or were you the head of the SSSS?
Oh, no. I was just a regular member, just like anybody else. I
Oh,
had no.
okay. You were just a regular member, but you had to resign from.
No. I didn't have to resign. I did
You did
resign.
resign.
Yeah. They. This was on trans issues. Is I present the science of trans issues the same way that I present the science of any issues.
Right.
But as many other people who don't actually know the science of it, got involved with much more personal, much more emotional reasons about it, just did not want to hear anything that was not flattering. How good the research methods were was irrelevant. How flattering the results were all that mattered. Somebody said something on their listserv. I said that's not right, and whatever the evidence was. And then I got an email from the board of directors that I was getting kicked off the listserv for saying something offensive to that person.
Yeah. So I read this whole thread.
Oh, yep. Right, yep. And then I pointed out that the board of directors has no such power. To which they shut down the entire listserv altogether.
Just for you.
Just to hide from the lawyers that they were afraid, right, They knew they
Okay.
screwed up, and rather than leave any evidence for it, we just decided, so there's nothing to sue them over.
Okay. So
and then, of course, when it was clear this group is not interested in the truth.
Right. So you presented
That's when I resigned from that.
Okay. So you presented your case basically saying, we in talking about trans people and especially children transitioning, we haven't really defined what being trans is. So is it a declaration that you're trans, or is it actually going through the surgery, or is it something in between? And most people seem to believe it's somewhere in between. I guess the most progressive stance is that if you say you're trans, then you are.
No, I think you're granting much more thought than is going on. What I actually think is going on is people will adopt definitions for the purpose of the moment, and will adopt another definition.
That's true. That's fair. Most people don't have a definition of what you're trans. That's true. And then you were talking about when is it appropriate to begin transitioning. So you have at birth, and then you have after 30 or whatever. You had a range there, and you said I think 12. And you said should be because you said most people who are having had a dysphoria before 12 resolve those feelings in puberty, and then most people who have dysphoria in puberty do not resolve those feelings after.
Yeah, that's what it looked like 10 years ago. By 5 years ago, the story started changing.
Okay.
The first studies on this came out in the early 2010s. Those were the early health studies. DeVries was the author. DeVries et al. 2011. Then there was a DeVries et al. 2014. And what they showed in both of those studies, and this is, a well-known clinic that has participated in, high-end science, so as I said, I was they had samples of kids who were clearly feeling dysphoria from the get-go in that clinic for long periods of time, and then maintained, at least with a good sense, and did not persist, continued past that age, and now these were the first followers of that. Great. And they seem to have improved it after transition. Okay, so what the Dutch model was doing, which was puberty markers at 14, and then cross-sex hormones at 16. So they were pulling that back from 18. That's what that research was. That's what the experiment was. Can we bring this back a little bit? Does that help? As these data suggested, yes. But then what started appearing in other studies, a few years after that, where the Dutch results were replicated. That's when people started contrasting, well, what's happening differently between these two clinics that share different results? What that has worked out to be is that in the Dutch clinic, they weren't only getting medical transition, they were also getting psychotherapy. Not this other clinic. The setup in the other clinic had psychotherapy only, and psychotherapy plus medical intervention. They both improved the same amount. The medical intervention So now it looks like it was the psychotherapy that was producing the right. So that's what all of a sudden hang on here. Yeah, that's early in the story. Yet, so those earlier age studies, but the world is going. But now, as we have, 12 to 15 studies now, we now have a much more story. If there's psychotherapy in the mix, it's good. If there's no psychotherapy in the mix, so yeah, I tell people now.
Let's go to therapy. Let's go to therapy.
Essentially, but I don't want to say that 100% either. There is room, and some of these kids can do fine. So at least therapy and a legitimate go at therapy should at the very least be the treatment of the sort. Not that before we start.
Yeah, so I know how really different therapy doesn't work. For gender or sexual orientation or sexual proclivity or anything. I've heard it said too. But I think that usually, in most cases, the therapist You know, like if you're going to therapy to be straight, the therapist already thinks it's not good. It's bad to be gay. Like they're probably not a very good therapist. They're probably not going to be able to connect with you very well anyway. So I feel like
I hesitate to go there. I think a lot of people are projecting a lot of things onto a lot of different people, and they're all just weak.
okay.
First, conversion therapy, when we're actually talking what was attempted in laboratory studies and measured before and after and led us to show this actually isn't making a difference. That was about
Yeah.
false. Not about
Yeah. I'm not trying to say that's generalizable in gender. I'm saying that.
But that's the part where people are saying.
Yeah. That's yes, and I agree. I agree. They're completely different things. Like because we say LGBT as though they're all the same thing. But I also just want to say when you said a genuine go at therapy.
Yeah.
That if your therapist is trying to help you accept your body and body because they're like a conservative or because they don't like I don't feel like that is a genuine thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that the politics have
it's rare how it happens. Looking for a therapist in whatever mindset they're in.
Okay.
It rarely comes in, I kind of have these feelings and I don't know what to do about them. They come in and I need your signature in order to get my surgery, what I do. Or I pick you out of the Christian counseling list because that is what they do.
Okay, I think I'm not talking about so much how it versus the public's view of conversion therapy as a hateful practice of people being brainwashed to suppress themselves.
It's not particularly accurate.
Yeah, but so when you say a genuine go at therapy, that's obviously not what you're talking about.
Oh, no. I mean, figuring out what actually is the issue with this person that's making them think that life would be better as the other sex.
Right, and so that is the part that's being spoken, where you're saying that you're not letting the person define what their issue
I can't think of very many situations in psychotherapy where a person does commit himself at therapy.
There aren't.
So as I said,
I'm not saying I don't.
Expecting being support. That's not how therapy. That's not how therapy works. Two, the issue is not, let's help you feel comfortable. That already assumes that we know what the discomfort is and that it's their sex. There's no evidence. There's no evidence for, I should say, this enormous demographic that has just kind of emerged on gender issues since the invention of social media, but was entirely unknown to sex researchers and as I said, until social media. It is clear, from the demographics, we have to be knowledgeable. Any way of looking, this is a new group unrelated to everything we've known about transsexuality. What this group has in common is where the other groups are majority male and either prepubescent or middle-aged. These are adolescent females.
Mm-hmm.
The primary issues that these people present with are using now different language is not, I feel like a boy. It's, I don't feel like a girl. They take their bodies in a way that cutters, borderline personality disorder. This is very common, I should say. Or common, I should say. Adolescent female self-esteem issues like the ugly, I can't compare to these idealized, extreme versions of femininity now circulating on social media. So by claiming that I'm a boy, but I'm non-binary, I'm fluid,
I'm not.
Those are all just don't compare me with girl, I'm this other. Not the same as I'm a boy. It's a way to escape the pressure of adolescence. So when I so it's not psychotherapy, so it's not the conversion therapy that let's convince you that you're not trans, you belong in the usual. It's get you comfortable with your body in the same way that we would get any adolescent female insecure about the body to be comfortable with their body, and then let's see if you still want. That's not conversion. That's not immediately conclude that this brand new thing which biologically matches these other, kinds of disorders that, fit that demographic and that we have a huge amount of history solving.
Yeah.
Before the repressed memories.
Right.
Recall memories of it. They were engendered and discussed and engendered in therapy. But it wasn't about the issue they were saying it was. What they were saying was a way to, kind of get people around them to treat them in another way. But
yeah, I made a video, a pretty lengthy video essay about this. My kind of thesis was that we are growing trans people plus by allowing them to transition so quickly and assuming that they get to decide that their body is the problem when I think it's how we treat kids. Basically taking our societal problems with gender and allowing these people to go under the knife as supposedly this
I think actually a lot of different things. A large chunk of this feels like attention seekers enabling and so a lot of the care providers are sort of wonderful, open-minded, rainbow-oriented care providers. It's like some of these people are trying to make up for what they did wrong during the AIDS era.
That's interesting.
Despite everybody being able to recite the word gender identity, different from sexual orientation, everybody's behavior is really just draw an analogy. What would be done with a gay? Well, this is just a modern version of it, so let's do the same.
Right, but it's not the same thing.
Gay people existed, so the genders aren't the difference.
And gay people were not asking you to, cut this out. Yeah. I also made the argument that I think progressives are not good at setting boundaries.
To make any generalization on this, it is so social media related. So it's the 98% of the sitting aghast watching, 2% of the people who produce half the tweets. Is that? I mean, so people aren't really talking to each other. It's just, as I said, who says the most extreme things?
This is not my experience.
It's the people with the tweet to follower ratio of one extreme versus the people with tweet to follower ratio of the other.
I get what you're saying, but this has look at the listserv. This has permeated my personality in every area.
Conversation involves 5 people with a membership of the family. It is exactly like that situation.
I had a friend of mine clean up on me that I didn't think she don't say gay bill was. So this is maybe we just come from different social circles, but in my social life, this Twitter shit is like real. Like people really are as not as radicalized as our most Twitter accounts, but like they're pretty polarized.
I do agree very much that there's phenomenal polarization.
Yeah.
But to me, this is the two pieces of the same feedback loop, with so many moderates and even-handed just not wanting to get mobilized. All we hear is from one set of extremists trigger the other set of extremists, which makes the moderates want to get even further out, and so it is making people more it is frustrating, the polarization, because so many people are exposed primarily now to the most extreme opinions. So it pushes people further and further out and gets the moderates quieter and quieter. As I say, I think these are feeding each other. No, started yin started yang, but I think these are related phenomena. But I still despite a genuine increase in polarization, the social media is.
Yeah, I think in addition to attention seeking, social media is the grinder that people are afraid of being thrown into. It's not just that they want to try to sell fear that people don't use. You know, like you see people get destroyed on Twitter all the time who have no following. Somebody gets recorded saying like the N-word at a kid's soccer game, and then that's their life.
Yeah. I don't know how much of that is just Twitter thing that gets caught in anybody's camera at the same game at the same time.
Yeah, but there used to
that
not be a mechanism for that spreading like wildfire and ruining your life with a link.
the speed is certainly faster, but I think we're next door to what the driving force is. The driving force is self-righteousness. Let me show everybody else how much better I am, so let me try this other way.
I think I have more empathy for you.
I do my best not to have any emotions about any of this at all.
Oh well, are you bitter?
There's an easy I don't know if I can differentiate bitter from bitter, but I'm a person I like interesting ideas, I like difficult ideas, and that has become much harder to do. There is no anymore community to just, well, what if, and go get
Well, you're here. This is the community. Bitterness is disappointment minus charity.
Oh, I thought you were going to, but okay.
Bitterness is time. That's it. Bitterness is human plus time. Okay.
I can't see, the part that makes me not particularly bitter is that it hasn't cost me anything. I'm not the one at risk.
Yeah.
I'm not the one, I'm 56 years old, the early, confused before coming out with the AIDS era, all of that is done, financially, lifestyle, all, I really have no concerns, and so I'm not the one, but
I'm at risk.
Of the whole, y'all, you do not deserve the world that you're given, although, as I say, they use themselves as doing an awful lot of making their own situation no better. Or at least the kind of problems that need to be solved in the world are not the problems that are online, but that's where everybody is.
Yeah.
So as I say, it's not like I didn't get anything that I personally wanted or needed out of this career or life or existence.
It's just, but it hurts.
But I want,
Like you seem, even reading that listserv exchange, you seem hurt.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe I'm projecting. projecting my own pain, but yeah, disappointed in like like, you know, I don't know. It seems like you have good intentions, and to have people basically call you evil and say that you're so evil that the listserv needs to be shut down seems like it's got to hurt your feelings.
No, it's like if I'm listening to a patient, you know, and whatever psychotic
Well,
words is coming out of their
we can't all
mouth.
be your patients. At some point, don't
No, no, no. I'm
you
saying
need something from other.
No, no, no. I'm recognizing that the particular people behind that. And the personalities and the people who need to do that are doing that at a position of pain.
Yeah, but even that I think that also must hurt you on some level to have to flip that switch in your brain to like where you're not talking to your colleagues anymore. You have no hope of being listened to. You're back in the therapist chair talking to a person who is flooding the space with their own pain, and there's no room for you.
No, that's not at all how I see the situation. And of course, you know, I remember posting, you know, all of the back channel support that I got. It's my mindset is more like, you know, a wounded dog tied to a tree. Yeah, it's gonna hurt me, but I'm not blaming the dog for the position it's in. It's in pain. It needs help.
Well, you can be hurt without blaming. Wait, I have a question from the chat. They want to know if you think the social contagion hypothesis of why there's so many girls who want to transition has any merit to it. I assume the answer is yes.
Yeah, no, there's no other. Nobody's provided any other kind of an explanation that even.
I mean, yes, the progressive explanation is that it's so accepted that now we're finding out that, you know, everybody is trans, but that doesn't.
But we're not finding out everybody is trans. We're
I'm
finding out that this
demographic
group, you know, most susceptible to social contagion
are trans, right? Just as they were cutters, just as they were anorexics.
People who hate their bodies.
As Hannibal Lecter said, Billy hates his identity, and he thinks that makes him a transsexual.
No, in a case like that would be much more related to, again, what we call autogynephilia. You know, he was attracted to himself in another form. True. But because that character was also psychotic, you know, he had a crazy idea of how he could accomplish that. But his motivation for transition, if we can call it that, was unrelated to
the teenage girl,
childhood onset cases, or the adolescent onset cases.
What do you think about autogynephilia?
What do I think about it? I think it's fascinating.
As an explanation for male to female.
All of a sudden it explains a huge range of phenomena like no other idea does. It's not popular in the trans community because they don't want to be thought of as a man with a fetish for being a woman. They want to be thought of as a woman.
Yeah. Well, and nobody wants to be thought of as very sexual at all.
Oh, no, that's not true.
I think it's true.
I think in polite society, people avoid it out of habit, but I've got to be misunderstanding what you're saying. People don't want to be thought of as...
I don't think so. I think it's undermining to say your identity is in large part because of sex. I think that's part of what's hard about being gay or coming out as gay, is that you are you're outing yourself as a sexual person, and the specifics of your sexuality have their own connotations and resistance from society. But it's also, I think, there's this part of it where you are just telling people you're sexual. Your average, normal, straight person doesn't have to do that.
No, I can't say that either my coming out as gay or any of my clients who have come out as anything from gay to transsexual to whatever paraphilic interest it is. No, it wasn't about acknowledging being sexual.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you're coming out to acknowledge that you're sexual. I'm saying part of what is stigmatizing about it is that you're wearing your sexuality, that the fact that you have sexuality and that it's very important to you on your sleeve. I think that it's safer for trans women if there is autogynephilia. I think part of why they don't want to own that is that you don't want to admit that, like, being horny is a big part of your life, and it's much safer to say, oh no, this is only for emotional reasons, or this is my identity, this is how I feel safe, this is how I feel comfortable looking in the mirror. These are all things we're much more comfortable talking about and owning.
There's an element of that, but I don't think those situations are comparable. Coming out as gay or with a fetish, which is only relevant when you're actually playing with it, is not overtly sexual. Usually, the gay part, let me split those, is usually, don't ask me about a girlfriend, don't introduce me to your sister. It's just knowing socially how to interact with the other person, and you need to be able to come out in order to be, oh, so what did you do this weekend? Oh, so did you and whoever your partner is? Oh, so how did the date? Just knowing what's going on in the person's life. But it's usually a part of that. But whether the person's a top or a bottom, now it's a more overtly...
I guess more specific, but I think...
Right, it's not just a social nicety.
I think gay relationships are inherently more sexual. Sure.
Lesbian relationships, not so much.
Even, okay, I don't mean that they have sex more. I mean that, like, when a man and a woman date, it's like you're supposed to. You know? You're dating because you're supposed to, or you're dating because you want to have kids. It's expected of you to pair bonds with another opposite sex. And then eventually live together. And it's like, yeah, you might want to have sex with each other, or you might not. But when two men start dating, it just feels more like having sex is, at least at first, or in the concept of it,
yeah, because you have, you don't have one of the women, essentially,
or even
to make taste it.
Well, even two women. If I see two women, like, at a party or whatever, it's like they're together because they like fucking each other. No one's telling them to be together. You know? So I just think there's a baldness to the sexuality that cis straight normies kind of get the vibe. So I'm just saying that I don't think the only reason people don't want to cop to autogynephilia is that I think everybody doesn't want to cop to their sexual motivations for their behavior. If there's another thing they can hide behind, I think they usually will.
Not crazy. But it's not like these people are walking, even though they're presenting that they're new sexuals, they're walking around all day alone for the rest of the surgery and blah, blah, blah. That's not the status of it. It's more like there are situations in which one is aroused and arousable in company with one's partner, and then with the day-to-day stuff, there you are. So the autogynephilic experience is much more, by the time they're ready for surgery, it's, they're so blended that it's not an aroused state, even though there might have been this big fiery kind of thing, when they first discovered it.
Okay. You didn't want to say that progressives are bad at setting boundaries.
media have so distorted our ability to see what's common versus what's commonly posted.
Yeah, let me
And there are
rephrase
so many
that.
just saying nothing.
The progressive narrative and progressive leadership and progressivism isn't good at setting with minorities as a ideology, not as individuals.
Who are the progressives? The people who called themselves the liberals 10, 15 years ago, or the woke who are around now?
The woke who are around now. I don't mean 10 or 15 years. 10 or
I
15
wouldn't
years.
have called them progressive. I don't think the woke are progressives.
Okay, but they self-identify. You know what I'm talking about.
I know the basic, idea of that gang, but I don't really interact with them outside of when they just kind of knock on my virtual doorstep.
Okay, when I see Joe Biden that there is essentially a holocaust of trans murder victims because 20 trans people were murdered in 18. To me, that is a sign of progressive or progressivism not being willing to say, like, hey, that's not true. We're not going to say that.
To me, science denial, and I don't care if it comes from progressive or conservative, the science says that's not the pattern that it's showing.
There's science denial. Yes, there's science denial on both sides. The science denial on the left, I think, usually comes in the form of a minority group saying, hey, can you deny science to us? And then the left says, yes.
To me, that's the symptom, not the motivator.
I'm not saying it's a motivator. I'm just saying that I just think that there's pattern thing. I'm wondering if you want to speak, because I'm trying to lead into this, because I think that I think boundaries are going to be a discussion. Well, into any discussion.
Yeah, I think the way that I am looking at it holds, and including for pedophilia. People are remarking not according to the science, but according to what will make them look good for their peeps to say. To me, it's that the extremists on the left, so far they're falling off the edge, the other side falling off and they have met around the far side of planet crazy.
Yes,
so whether
that's fair.
they're to me, it's like saying, which ones are the crazier, this religious group or that religious group?
I think it depends on the topic. I'm interested in challenging the two groups, not as a monolith of crazy people, which I understand why you want to do that. But I
monolith of crazy people.
Okay.
But the exact hallucination that they're having is irrelevant.
Yes, that's a grouping that you can make. I'm interested in, as we get into the territory discussion, addressing conservatives are afraid. So when conservatives hate, they're afraid that I'm going to push for LGBT, and that I'm going to say pedophilia is just like any other sexual orientation, and they need to go. The pedophiles need to be accepted just like everybody else, and they need to be free to have their sexual orientation. So they need to lower the age of consent to 5. That's what I think. That's what conservatives are afraid. That I represent the slippery slope. And they're like, okay, we let gay people do it, with trans people, fine, but you have to stop. And so I want to engage with that idea of like, yes, that is kind of crazy, but at the same time, I get why they're afraid of that. I don't think it's completely unreasonable. I don't think it would happen.
I tell you that is the contradiction. You have presented what you said is something that gives them an opportunity to demonstrate their superiority. That was the processing.
Self-righteousness.
Yes. Virtue signaling on the internet, and adopt whatever issues you can twist to make it look like you're the superior person. Hit the other.
To use your own argument against you.
Yep.
I agree that the loudest and proudest probably are virtue signaling and don't really believe what they're saying, but I think that their followers, many of them are genuinely afraid. I'll just say, I've received so many hate comments, often anti-Semitic, about me being a pedophile, and emails, messages, blah blah. Probably like 1,000 death threats. Many of those people, I believe, are genuinely afraid that they're like, well, if liberals are going to say they're okay with X, Y, and Z, if they're okay with like a mob of rioters, if they're okay with a mob of rioters setting fire to a police.
You're the first target?
No. I'm just using myself as an example. I'm also I don't think this is. I'm just saying that I get from their point of view. If they're like, well, I'm watching liberals say that a bunch of black people setting fire to a police station is a peaceful protest. So who's to say that the next thing they're going to say isn't going to be that we did some research and we found out that children can have sex at age 9 and it doesn't harm them at all, and it's fine. So I don't agree that this is all in bad faith. I agree there's one lie self-aggrandizing, but I think there is a genuine fear that progressives will not set boundaries with anybody setting
I think you should go through all the different debates and say, is this explained by virtue signaling versus every single one of them? And they will end up agreeing and disagreeing with people that they otherwise wouldn't until you tell them. And it is everyone, and you just have to give you the current opportunity for them to say, look how much better I am than this one. And they were talking about how much they were better than they were somebody else the week before that, the week before that, and the week before that. It had nothing to do with you. Like you were just the convenient stone to step upon by which for me to enhance my superiority.
Okay.
So
I do believe that I am coming at least more charitability. Whether it's merited or not, I think we can both agree that I'm willing to entertain entertain my ideological assailants. So I think our roles are set, right, for the special discussion. I'm going to be saying, yeah, but what about blah blah, and you're going to be hitting us. You're gonna throw the cold water in our face. I think that's what you like to do. And you've got a big bucket of ice water there. You might as well throw it on us.
All I do is know the research, and I tell everybody what the research says.
And you have no idea what the reaction to that is going to be. You have no.
I think enough. I'm just not letting the reaction change. This is what the science says. Sorry if you don't like it.
You take pleasure in freaking people out.
No. I generally do my best to start where they are and bring them step by step to whatever the piece of knowledge is. I'm just unafraid to...
Yeah.
I'm not going to self-censor because somebody doesn't want to hear it. That's how we got to this situation where we was everybody is...
I see how hard it is to believe this when someone else is saying it. But I feel just the same way. I don't enjoy freaking people out. I'm just very willing. Okay, so we're two guys who don't enjoy freaking people out. I'm ready. You said you want to start with where people are. My audience, I think, is pretty much where I am. So, the floor is yours. Do you want me to call you James or Dr. James?
Oh, James.
James? Let's take us through what is pedophilia. How are we wrong about pedophilia? You can skip the pedophilia isn't the same as child molesting. Part I think we're on board with that already. But what sexual orientation is a disorder? How should it be classified? How should it be talked about? Just like I don't know. What do you think we need to say? What are we?
Each of us is a great question. By the time I think about the first, I'm not going to remember any of the others.
What is pedophilia?
Depends on the context. Usually, when we're talking about it, it's sexual attraction to children. In some circumstances, it's useful to subdivide that into sexual attraction to prepubescent children, because we sometimes, and we'll often use a different word to refer to the sexual attraction to pubescent children. On average, 11 to 14-ish, pimples when you look in it. We would call that puberty. And then, people do debate over, where do you draw the line for what circumstances? And where you draw the line for science doesn't always match up with where you draw the line for religion or for society and law. They don't always match up. So when we're doing research, at very, very specific, narrow research, we will talk about sexual attraction to prepubescent children. Although a lot of people have done a lot of research, use a broader
Okay. If I said that girls and cuties were hot, am I a pedophile? If I found...
Well, it works the other way. Most pedophiles would find a lot of arousing, but it doesn't work the other way. The way the male brain works is to identify erotic targets in the environment. It's exactly the same way that our brain focuses on predators in the environment. So if we design something that looks like it has a lot of hues, the shape, and so on, then it's more likely to trigger the neural circuitry that was designed.
I did feel triggered. I felt triggered by you. I saw it. I saw it. Yeah. Okay. If I watch cuties for the purpose of sexual gratification, am I a pedophile? Let's say I watch 95% adult porn, normal porn. I have a girlfriend, but 1 in 20 times when I open up my laptop and I say, today I'm watching. Am I a pedophile?
The other technical part of the definition we use in both clinical purposes and science is that it's a preference for, it's not just the occasion or fleeting fantasy, especially when it's a teenager. is having a preference score, so it would be the majority of one's, imagined masturbatory.
Okay, so if I masturbate to cuties 49%.
Again, I don't know exactly how we could come up with such a precise number.
A stopwatch.
Okay. If
A bottle of Astroglide, a towel, and a stopwatch.
if a patient comes in and says that's what they're enjoying, but they have no motivation to touch an actual person, it's irrelevant. Enjoy it. Have a good time. It's
Yeah,
fun.
but would you still classify? It's going to be a harmless. Would you still classify that person in your scientist's brain?
If I were running a study, if my operationalization were actually 50%, then yes, I would rule out.
But well, I guess that's what I'm asking you. What in the study of your mind, what is it? How do you draw a line? I guess what I'm asking. Yeah, I see you drawing a line at: are you going to harm a child? Are you going to harm yourself? Are you feeling distressed? Is there a percentage of predilection line? Like if I, you get what I'm asking? Like.
Yes. The question you're asking is what in science we call construct validity. You're missing a question. How do we know what the right definition is? That's simple. In science, how does one ever know when the definition that you're using is the correct definition? How do we identify the correct definition?
Yeah, in psychology, it's usually when it's harming somebody. So
I think I don't know if
that's what it is in religion.
Again, there are committees who will produce one, but that's not the scientific.
What would your
you're asking me for a single definition which would work in every circumstance, so there isn't one.
Do you have a definition of being gay?
Yes, but we'll run into the same issue.
We can find edge cases that don't meet your definition and still say that person's gay. Or cases that do meet your definition and say that person's not gay. But you have a rough ballpark definition of being gay. Like you're willing to answer that.
Right. And what's the rough ballpark definition of what it is to be pedophilic? But when you want more details, then
it starts to break down.
Well, then it's what if I get a guy, massacre, who's turned on by the idea of getting touched, but not in the way that gay men enjoy getting touched. A masochist enjoys it because sometimes it's humiliating.
Right.
There are men in this sexual fantasy who's having sex with bottom and
You may not be gay. You may not be gay in the same way as most men are gay. Okay, so...
But if he thinks he is, but he's actually not.
Okay, so I think this is good.
But now it's, okay, if my purpose is I'm in a program trying to prevent HIV transmission.
Then you can, for that purpose, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So let's say the context is, we're talking about rarity. So this is not we're not labeling people pedophiles in this conversation for the purpose of, harm reduction. Just right now, I want to just get the definition of how unusual, because it doesn't make sense to call someone a pedophile, I think, if like 40% of the population is pedophile. But then
now you get into how do we find the right definition is when it allows us to make an accurate prediction of that future behavior. The definition that allows us to make the best prediction is the best definition. But sometimes when we're trying to predict certain definitions are...
Okay. For the word pedophile has meaning, what percentage of the population should be pedophile? Now, we can kind of reverse engineer it. So like 3% of the population, we can just say they're pedophiles, and then we find the most pedophilic 3%, and we say, okay, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? Because what? Okay, do you have a sense of what percentage of the population that you would consider pedophile?
My best guess would be a fraction the best we have, the best we probably ever will be able to do, testing thoroughly sex offenders who get a clinical exam in order to help shunt them into the right kind of treatment programs. So we can get Right. This is no longer the
They're not
population.
normal
This is a
people.
population of apprehended and convicted and served their time
Okay.
sex offenders.
Okay. So, okay, a fraction of a percent. What is a pedophile? If we're talking about the rarity of and the severity of attraction and the broadness of attraction within a person, how could you ballpark explain that to us so that we can
I guess I kind of want
conceptualize
to
it?
normal curve people's, or humans, I should say human males, age preferences.
Okay.
At the very young ages, as I say, small fraction of a percent. So prepubescent, fraction of a percent. Pubescent age, 11 to 14, 2% ish would
And when
not be crazy.
And you're saying this is the
Preference.
dominant preference. They're saying
they
if
are-
I could have any woman in the world, I would have a 5-year-old.
That's
Any female.
nope.
Any female.
No, that's a different question.
That's not a preference?
It's a preference for a different thing. It's instead of a preference for, somebody who's attracted to 12-year-olds, it's not I want a 12-year-old, it's I want to masturbate about 12-year-olds. But the idea of an actual 12-year-old
is different.
Right, because so many know the downside and it's manipulative and so on. And so the fantasy, the image is different from
also if an adult has a fantasy about a 12-year-old, the 12-year-old in your fantasy is being puppeted by you and written by you, and so they're not actually behaving like a real 12-year-old. They're behaving the way you are fantasizing they'd behave. So I would even say, like, you could be attracted to the fantasy of children, but when you actually see a real child, you're like, well, I'm you might not be attracted to real children at all.
Perfectly legitimate. Okay. Or at least, that's the purpose of the fantasy, is that, we get to add all the bells and whistles and whatever.
And control. You get to control, make them do what you...
Yeah, again, you're thinking like a non-fetishist. There are people who want to get controlled. So
those are the most controlling people of all. In my experience, no one's more controlling than a fucking bottom in the BDSM community. Jesus.
No, it's you're again stealing. You're falling on something that I'd say to clients all the time, is that it's only an illusion that the top is in control.
Yes,
a good top just figures out what the bottom wants and provides it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's an act. That is absolutely true. But again, for recognizing the range of, what people want to do, there's what you want to do to someone and, not reality. That's not
right. Okay. So would you call someone a pedophile who masturbates thinking about children, but has no interest in... I guess you're gonna say it depends on the question. I don't know. What are you going to say? Would you call someone a pedophile who only fantasizes about children but has no real-world attraction to children?
I don't think we're drawing the line in the same place. Okay. If the majority of their fantasies were about children, yep, I call them a pedophile. But when you say not in the real world, they can be having fantasies about children in the real world. Just not, plans to...
What if when they interact with children, they feel no attraction to any child in any real world situation? Would we still call them... Like, I guess what I'm getting at can pedophilia be completely only in your mind and even disconnected from your thoughts about your surroundings?
The only situation I can imagine that in would be if they have a erotic preference pattern that involves something very specific, in which the persons they're interacting with are children, but they're fantasizing about a situation that can't exist in the real world.
Okay. So it's so rare that the question doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay,
I
so
just can't say that I've run into
okay.
it. For example, if you have a sexual fantasy about, some hot interaction with, a beautiful adult, but the actual adult is really stupid and is not going to behave the way you want them to. Well, are you attracted to that person or not?
Yeah. It's a good question. I'm glad I asked. Okay, next question. Just to clarify, you're saying predominant attraction, meaning you prefer this age group over all other age groups.
Yes. The way we do it in science usually is more to, typical reproductive age adults. So if you prefer the children more than, 18 to 35,
Gotcha.
That's pedophilia.
Okay.
Now, as I say, we use that in science because if I want to compare a group of pedophiles to a control group, I need a cutoff somewhere to make sure that my groups are uniform.
Right.
And that's, the most logical uniform. But that doesn't mean, if a person comes in 1/3 attracted to children and 2/3 to adults, I could understand why a person would come into therapy saying, "Doc, this is driving me nuts," or "Doc, I'm really uncomfortable." I can't say that's a non-issue, even though technically I wouldn't have classified him in my pedophile group in a research study.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my best comparison for that is you don't have to, fit the technical definition of depression to be sad enough to want to talk it out with a therapist.
Sure. Right. That's a more practical.
Right. So there's right. What can I? And then it becomes complicated. All right. Now, what if they can only see the therapist if insurance pays for it, and insurance will only pay for it if it fits?
Then we move the line into so
and we're off to the races.
Right. And then,
but in this one, we have a social. And this one, we have a social interest. Would society want any pedophile to be able to come in for therapy if they're asking for it? Who are we benefiting by blocking this pedophile with no money or health insurance?
Nobody.
If anything, we're just
the self-righteous people. We're benefiting the self-righteous people. The most
I'm not
important.
even sure we're benefiting them. They,
probably
they might feel good, but I don't know if that's
well, that's all they want, right?
That's what they want, and they get it, but I don't know if that actually does them
any
good.
Probably not. Okay. Do you have a through your journeys, have you come to a understanding of the typical adult sexuality breakdown of how interested is a normal person in 18 to 35, 11 to 14, 14 to 18, 0 to 11, 35 to 50, and every age group? Do you have a picture of the average bell curve of where fleeting thoughts end and intense interest begins that you could paint for us? Okay, let me give you some context. This I should tell you this. I get in arguments. So I'm working on a video about grooming in online spaces, and how grooming is defined is part of what I'm talking about. And so you have incidents like yesterday, someone got called a pedophile and a groomer because he was 18 and sexting with a 15-year-old.
Nonsense.
Right, and so I and many other people, and including a streamer friend of mine who's very powerful, he was able to basically reverse the narrative and say, like, no, this is nonsense, like, and kind of saved this guy's reputation. But many people are not so lucky. Many people have fallen. There was a 19-year-old who asked a 17-year-old for a nude, and took like a 6-month break after these allegations were made. So the standard, I know the standard of like who is a predator is super fucking whacked. So I've been going on live streams, and I'll say like that. And then there's another story of like this guy had sex with a 16-year-old at a party when he was I think he was like 20 or 21 or something. I don't remember. I think the age of consent in the state was 18. But he had sex with a 16-year-old, and I said, "Listen, I view this."
There's also usually a clause
Romeo and Juliet
close
clause,
in age.
Yeah.
Or the close in age.
Yeah. So my argument has been, listen, we online social media platforms, especially Discord, are mixing adults and kids, and especially this game, Super Smash Brothers, I'm a big fan. But people will go to tournaments and stay in hotels together and stay in houses together and pro gamer, like basically just all ages mixing together from like 14 to 25. And then yes, stuff happens. Sometimes they have sex. And so what I say, I've been called a pedophile for this take, is I'm saying, listen, telling this fiction that the average 21-year-old male has zero interest in having sex with a 16-year-old as though they're like a 6-year-old is not going to help anything. If you really want to prevent these things from happening, we have to look at it from a systemic perspective and start preventing the situations where they're in a pool naked and drunk together in the first place. The same reason you don't let a 13-year-old and an 18-year-old have a sleepover together. Not because you're afraid the 18-year-old is some like deviant weirdo pedophile predator, but because most even normal people, if you remove enough of their inhibitions through the situation, will do things that
I don't think any of those situations has anything to do with adults, children, pedophilia, or saving anyone else. All of those are opportunities for the speaker to demonstrate their moral superiority to the others. This is just the issue of the moment that was right in front of them that they had the opportunity to use. If it wasn't that, it was going to be something else.
Okay, and in this case, I might agree with you, but I would like you to sort of walk us through is an 18-year-old who, so that's another thing that I think ever since I learned about the Holocaust, this has been something I kind of apply to all situations of like, if you put someone in a strange enough situation, they will do things that you wouldn't think a normal person would do. And especially about sex, of like, people, and I have been in sexual situations I didn't think I would be in, but because you're
Those
led.
are some of my favorites.
Right, and then yeah, that's some of your
I got invited.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing something. You're like, holy shit! I never thought I would do anything like this. But there's always some person who's trying to talk you into it, or who's enabling it. Like that's part of sex, is enabling people to do things they feel too inhibited to do. And there's a plus side to it, and then it can also go wrong. So. So I'm always I'm always on the ropes in these debates, saying like, no, like it's accepted in psychology, and all sex researchers would say that if you want to have sex with a 16-year-old, or can be talked into having sex with a 16-year-old, that doesn't mean you're a fucking child predator.
Yeah, it's for circumstances like that, probably the most useful definition is the biological one. What did we evolve for?
Fucking and bashing each other's heads in with rocks.
Attraction to 16-year-olds would have added to the number of children we'd have?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty close to the definition of natural we're ever gonna get.
Right.
We evolved to be attracted to potential reproductive opportunities. Okay. So the only things that need any explanation are sexual attractions that are not connected to reproduction. That's what makes homosexuality. Right, wait a second, that's violating our evolution rule. But
right.
Because it didn't die out, something's going on that we're not understanding. So that's what makes it a question.
Yeah.
Sexual attraction to children, same thing. That would decrease
right.
reproductive fitness. It's still here, so what? We have a mystery to solve.
Right. You're saying
to 16-year-olds, no mystery to solve. They can get pregnant. It would carry on.
Yeah.
I do have to add, however, that we are at a relatively unusual part of history, which didn't factor in during evolution. The age of puberty
has moved.
And it's an open question, at least to me. We are accustomed to people talking about puberty right now being particularly low. It is 9 and 10 years old. Even when I was a kid, it was 10, 11. Now it's 9, 10.
Okay.
But people are often talking to early 1900s where it was mid-teens. But it seems that era was the unusual one because of the early urbanization and pollution and so on. And actually the 10, 11
Is
is
normal.
closer to right, it is what we evolved for, and it was the 15 and 16-year-old puberty that was the blip.
Okay. Can I ask you some societal boundaries questions then? I'm interested in finding a way to say, um, you shouldn't have sex with a 14-year-old if you're. So I'm turning 37 tomorrow, so I don't think I should have sex with a 14-year-old.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But that doesn't mean I would never want to, or could never be in a situation where I would have a fleeting thought or a non-fleeting thought or whatever. It just me wanting to do something doesn't mean I think it's right. And I don't think we have much of a language for that, especially around sex. We think that if you say you're interested in something or acknowledge, you're making descriptive statements about how things are. If you're saying we may have evolved to want to have sex with 11-year-olds, but that doesn't mean that we should do
No,
it.
that I'm ruling out. Again, it's the developmental.
Okay.
Right. Have they yet developed breast and curvy? It's not the number. It's when the character demonstrates the characteristics suggesting that they could be a potential co-parent.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess mentally we are able to be co-parents after we're able to give birth.
It's a little more complicated.
Well, if you're saying that not, if you're saying
don't give viable, the pregnancies from pubescent kids, as I say, they're not going to facilitate reproduction much. Those usually those aren't going to give you.
That's a liability. That makes things. Okay, I see. That hurts the species. Okay, so mid-teens. What do you think the age of consent should be?
That assumes that there's a single factor by which to decide, and there isn't. There are competing factors. Not everybody is going to be making good decisions at the same age. Does a smart kid who know what's going on and came from, liberal parents, they might be able to handle it and they have background and supports. But somebody who's doing it out of desperation, trying to move out of their house and so on, and there are kids who are just naive or desperate to feel liked.
Okay, let's back up. Do you think there should be an age of consent? Not as the sole determining factor of whether statutory rape has occurred, but as a factor. I think there should be
the competing part is, of course, we have to treat it fairly, and I don't think we're going to be giving any, sex tests or IQ tests like driving tests before anybody can have sex. So I can't think of a social system, another workable social system, even acknowledging that it's going to be suboptimal.
Okay. So let's acknowledge that the perfect system would be not right now is not feasible to develop and implement. So given our current system and current understanding, not your current understanding, but society's current understanding, do you think there should be an age of consent?
Yeah, I can't think of
a better alternative for right now.
To protect the kids from the whatever fraction of people who will manipulate the younger.
And what do you think that age of consent should be, given the practical limitations that you've just described? If somebody gave you a ballot and you get to choose the age of consent across the entire country, what bubble would you fill in?
I can't say that there's any solid data to suggest differing from 18.
Okay.
But at the same time, acknowledging that that's pretty arbitrary and it's a compromise among, legitimate conflicting.
There's a box
interests.
you can write in whatever you want in the box next to it. But if you had to fill in a bubble, you would.
I want the right answer. And the right answer is that.
I'm saying the right answer given
the right answer.
Yeah, we don't have the right answer, but given what you do have. I mean, you can be a conscientious objector. I'm just asking you, if you had to fill in a bubble, what would it be? You want to answer the question?
I wouldn't feel.
I'm not asking how you feel about it.
I reflexively, ignore my feelings in making a decision. That kind of objective decision. But as I say, I don't have trouble with 18, but with the caveat that, close age mates, there's really little evidence of harm going along with that. So barring dramatic evidence for something
Sure.
different, again, I'm content to stick with it.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm saying is that I, I acknowledge that it's imperfect, but any other choice is also perhaps more imperfect. So,
Okay. Well, I think it should be 19. Pedo. No, I'm just kidding. I think 18 is. I actually think I think 17 is what I think. Anyway, I just wanted to ask you. For the boundaries purposes. So, okay, so we have different definitions of pedophilia. Now we have the scientific definition, and we have the lay people's definition. And the lay person's definition seems to be
whatever they needed to be to insult you.
Yeah. Do you think that we should try to educate? No, not educate. Instill lay people with the scientific definition. Or do you think that do you think we should try to have a colloquial definition that's, if you're interested in people under 15, 14, 13, or do you think we should really push for prepubescent and then, being attracted to a minor or whatever? I guess should we try to instill in lay people the idea of differing between what is probably a normal and common, being willing to have sex with a 15 or 16-year-old versus unusual 5 and 6-year-old, or should we kind of allow the blanket definition?
Oh no, absolutely. I think we should use the terms in their very specific technical way. All the rest is really just spreading history on a rumor mongering. It really serves no purpose other than as I said that virtue signaling. Broadening it, doesn't explain the research. It doesn't help us protect our children, and if anything else, it's going to divert resources away from genuine protection.
What do you think about the term map?
Not a fan. To me, it dilutes really who we're talking about. We're not talking about attraction to minors. Usually, a minor is under 18. Mm-hmm. We're not talking about under 8. We're talking, for a genuine pedophile, again, we're talking prepubescent and pubescent, up to 14-ish. So the phrase, I appreciate that, they're trying to come up with something that's a bit of a euphemism, but to me, that's too broad. We're not talking about minors.
Yeah, I have some messaging problems with that too, where it feels like they're trying to. It does feel like an attempt to normalize pedophilia.
I have no idea what the word normalize is.
I knew that was going to piss you off.
It not piss me off. It has no meaning. It's
well, I think in this case it means.
If there's one thing that mental health professionals can agree on, it's we don't know what normal is, but somehow everybody knows what normalizing is.
I think in this case it means, if you're taking a bell curve. And you're saying pedophiles are this little fraction of a percent, it's an attempt to say, what if we gave ourselves a new name that made it so we're this much of a percent?
No, normal is just being normalize is just being used as a antonym for I'm not allowed to have my moral judgmentalism.
Okay, but you understand that using the term maps makes the group much bigger. Right? Do you concede that?
It makes the number of people who fit the definition bigger, but I can't say that there's anybody who joined the group. Oh, okay, now they're up to my age group. So
no, I'm just saying that by using a more expansive definition, you're almost definitionally normalizing.
They're diluting how atypical their sexual interest patterns are.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, and I think that's a fair use of. See, I think a charitable reading of the word normalize in this case would be that they are trying to dilute how atypical we think they are by using a net that catches more people in it and saying, see, we're just part of the net.
That reasoning is why I don't like the term.
You really hate
but
these
I
people.
don't hate them.
Yeah.
I don't know what you must mean that as a joke. I just dislike the term.
No, these self-righteous people.
Oh,
Those
Uh,
people, the people who use the
the
word
people.
normalize. Those I
No.
didn't mean maps. No, I know you don't. I know you don't
Oh
hate
no,
pedophiles.
I dislike the behavior. You know, it doesn't get anyone anywhere, but at the same time, the people who are doing it, these are not happy people. You know, expressing joy. You know, they're not. These are not contented,
I think they
settled.
have I think they have their reasons for doing what they're doing, and I think they should be listened to.
Yeah, and they're
And
unhealthy.
okay, but so's being a fucking pedophile.
Uh, well, now we have to quibble over what does it
No, see,
mean
but
to be healthy.
what I'm saying is the way you feel about self-righteous people is the way these people feel about pedophiles.
No.
So when I say
I have no idea how they feel about pedophiles. I just know that they're being used as an example to justify their
yeah,
virtue signaling. And if it weren't this, it would
but
be something else. So I don't think it has anything to do with
aren't you and I
pedophilia.
virtue signaling to each other? Are we having a bit of a circle jerk about these self-righteous
No,
assholes? No,
no.
you don't
I'm
think so?
sharing thoughts that I have, the evidence behind it, and if somebody likes it, take it. If they don't like it, they don't have to. And I'm saying it despite the knowledge of how many people will dislike it.
I
So
think we're guilty, James. I think we're sick
of
the thing that we hate.
I don't get it.
A virtue signaling. We're just signaling different virtues. Saying you hate virtue signaling is virtue signaling. It's just signaling a different virtue. Your virtue you're signaling is it.
No.
Okay.
Virtue signaling would say what it is that I'm doing. I'm not the center of anything I said. What I said is this group does that group does the other thing. It's what I like, what I don't like, according to you ask it, but
I think we're both the center of what we're saying. I think we're both flamboyant personalities.
Both of those observations I would endorse. I don't see a causal relationship between them.
Okay.
I think it's my natural extroversion that enables me to address controversial issues, and just, growing up gay, just kind of gave me the skin to be able to tolerate, I don't give two shits what anybody thinks of me. Here are the facts.
I don't believe you.
What would convince you?
Nothing.
Well then.
We should move on. Okay. I was getting to the practical stuff, setting boundaries, age of consent. Yeah, thought crime. The idea that thinking about something or acknowledging that you're thinking about something is an endorsement of it. That's very troubling to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's having a sexual fantasy about somebody other than your monogamous partner isn't cheating.
Yeah. What do you think about child pornography? What do you think about simulated child pornography?
That now is the real issue. The problem of child pornography is the victimization of the subject of
that's
it.
one
But
problem.
if it's a cartoon, a drawing, a narrative, a latex doll, a sex robot, there's no child. No child, no victim. No evidence of harm.
Can I present some counter arguments?
Of course.
Do you think it's possible that indulging in fantasies can increase their prevalence or strength, especially if the way you're indulging in them is in itself, the medium somehow is addictive? Like, how someone in my subreddit, or not my subreddit, my Discord was saying, is you don't get addicted to porn, you get addicted to searching for porn. And so if you just had like a magazine, you'd be...
Neither one is true. You don't get addicted to it at all.
Well, will you just hear me out, and then you can rip it apart when I'm done. I think they made a good point that you could be gratified by a magazine filled with pictures of whoever, but the searching aspect and typing and clicking and scrolling, and that algorithmically delivered content has a way of burrowing into your brain more than like a book or magazine. So, taking that into consideration, do you think it's possible that even I think it's possible that there's a way to satisfy the pedophilic urges of sexual urges of pedophiles that might actually increase the you know their increase their pedophilia?
No, absolutely no evidence for any of that. If the human brain worked according to masturbatory fantasies, being able to reshape our sexual interest patterns, then conversion therapy would have worked in the first place.
I think that's a blunt argument. I'm asking if it's you don't think it's possible ever that masturbating to something can increase your interest in it? I mean, even finding out that there's other people who are interested in the same thing. I think there's certain fantasies I have that I wouldn't even know I had a word for them.
That's not the full question. It's not, is it possible? I
That
can
is
imagine.
That is my full question, James.
You're asking them, then you're asking the wrong question.
Well, will you answer it anyway?
You're asking, is it possible for 100 years of looking forward to it, all demonstrating failure, but it's still to be true?
Yes.
That's what you're asking.
Yes. Is that possible?
It's possible in the way that the entire world is artificial and a hallucination of me while I'm sleeping. It's technically possible.
It's more possible than that. You don't think
There's
that me
no
looking
evidence to suggest that. That's all
There's
any
no
science
evidence
can ever do.
Well,
it's always possible that some future finding will change what we know, but despite, as I say, a century of looking for it.
So if I came to you as a patient and I said, "Hey, I think watching gay porn has made me I've been exploring my gayness by watching gay porn, and it's made me gayer. The more gay porn I watch, the gayer I feel. When I lay off of it, I don't think about other men the same way, but when I start watching this gay porn, the more I watch, the more I notice myself checking out men in the locker room. Now, I understand you might say, like, well, you don't know that that's causing it, but you're saying there's no part of you that would be like, I don't know, maybe it is.
What's going on is not a change in sexual interest pattern. It's a change in inhibition. It's a change in willingness to be introverted versus extroverted. It often reflects a person's novelty seeking more than anything else. An enormous amount of the time that people spend surfing isn't the sex, it's procrastination.
Okay. I understand you can come up with other explanations. My question is, okay,
you're saying give you the explanations that are consistent with the existing research.
The sexual interest pattern. I know you did your MRI scans.
Yep.
You're saying that you believe, or that you know, that sexual interest patterns are determined genetically.
No. Genetic is not a synonym for innate, immutable, and inborn. There's no evidence to suggest that there is a gene for pedophilia, which is different from saying that there's no biological, whatever happened to maternal stress while the kid was developing in the womb.
Okay.
It's biological and innate, but there's not a gene for it.
Innate meaning environmental up to a certain age.
No, innate meaning.
Well, you just said stress in the womb. Like, there's genetics and there's environment. What else is there, James?
There's
nothing.
I'm not sure exactly where you're going. For example,
why do you have to know where I'm going?
To answer your question.
Is there anything to affect my sexual makeup beyond genetics plus environment?
The interaction between them is a separate quantity.
Okay, my genetics, my environment, and the interaction between them.
You're using the word environment differently from how the relevant scientists do.
I didn't say...
There's social environment and there's biological environment of the soup of the uterus in which you were swimming.
There's
biological.
Okay. So, uterus soup? We'll just label it separately. Because I also mean environment. I also mean like preschool and stuff. So, sexual pattern, sexual attraction patterns or interest patterns. Soup? Genes? Environment or no? Let's talk about not pedophilia, but just sexual orientation in general. Sexual interest patterns, period. You're saying they are not affected by anything that happens to you after you come out of that vagina.
In men, there's no evidence of such an influence. In women, there appears to be much more malleability.
Of course. Okay. Okay. No evidence. That means that this is what you believe. You believe that your sexual interest pattern is determined by the time you were born. That's what it is.
I can't go that quickly from what the evidence is to what I believe. What I believe is what the evidence is. Should the evidence change, my belief will change. These aren't,
Well, okay, but here's the thing. A second ago, you were saying it's possible in the same way that it's possible that that there's all hallucination and I'm lying in bed. That is very unlikely. So I'm asking you to put some weight to you, because when I was saying it's possible, you were making fun of me. You were cutting me down. And now I'm saying, so this is what you believe, and you're saying, well, that's just what the current thinking is, and who knows. So to bring it back to simulated child porn, even if it's just if you're only you get what I'm saying, if your certainty level is just at, well, this is what the current thinking is, but who knows, other evidence could come out, we don't fully understand this, then there's all kinds of hypothetical downsides to simulated child porn beyond just that whether there's a victim or not. If your confidence level is at it's basically like saying the earth is flat and everybody's lying to you, then I get why you're having such a strong stance. So which is it? Do you believe that our sexual makeup is already determined by the time we're born, to the point where saying it might not be is like saying, there might be an elephant that follows me around all the time and I'll just never see it? Or do you think that maybe we'll find out someday that our sexual interest patterns are changed after birth?
It doesn't divide quite like that. Whether something, how much weight I want to put on something and how possible it is to change it in the future doesn't come only from whether there exists any research, but whether we have been looking for such things and failing to find it. And looking for social things that would have changed a person's a male sexual orientation. Yes, people have been looking for such a thing for a century. Haven't found one. Every attempt, again, for men, every attempt for every mechanism, nothing has made any difference. People can be helped to change what behaviors they express versus suppress, but their attraction patterns, it's theoretically possible, but I certainly, wouldn't make any policy based on it. But I don't want to automatically sign on to any statement about sexual orientation, because that now all of a sudden is including women, for whom there's a different story. So, nope, there were some assumptions built into the question that I couldn't sign on to so fast.
Okay. When you say we've been looking for 100 years but haven't found any, that sounds like a pretty strong vote of confidence.
It's as strong as we can get, given, something where we can't exactly randomly assign people to groups and run an experiment.
Okay, but there's all kinds of shit we've been trying to do for 100 years that we couldn't do, and then we can.
Yeah, so that's why I say it's technically, theoretically possible, but...
Okay, I don't agree with you.
Which part?
I think that our sexual interest patterns are influenced by events after birth. I think people who are trying to make gay people straight are just not very good at it. Or people who are trying to make straight people gay. I don't know. I have a more like situational understanding, or the way I think of sexual orientation is more kind of fluid, I guess. Like, I think that jail makes you gayer. You do more gay shit in jail than you would outside of jail. Like people,
because you're desperate. It hasn't changed your preference. They don't stay gay after jail.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you sure?
I
Oh, I
did
know you're
come
the
from the
expert. I don't.
forensic.
No, I know. I'm asking you. I'm asking you if that's really true. If no people
Yeah,
who no
they
people who
jerk
go.
each other off because they're the only people there. There are no women.
Yeah. I guess I view the whole planet as like a jail. So, I think your sexual behavior, including your sexual thoughts and fantasies, are partly determined by your environment. Jail's an extreme example, but I think that you know, you're if you spend a lot of time around like fat women, I think you're more likely to develop a sexual interest in fat women.
Again, if anybody's can show any evidence for that, I'm all ears.
I don't have any evidence. I just think this.
As I say, if anybody has any evidence, I'm all ears. But other than that, it's anybody can guess anything they want, but there's no evidence for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't. But the thing is, it doesn't matter until you're talking about turning people into child molesters.
There's also no evidence to suggest that relatively minor characteristics like body weight, figure into a sexual orientation in the same way that age and sex do, other than extremes. The big fetish is feederism. Not only do they like very, very fat partners, they like, feeding their partners as part of the sex.
Yeah. So
other than that, I'm not aware of there being a paraphilia really about, fat in just a...
Well, yeah, but you said you could be gay. You could be gay because you're a sadomasochist. You could be a pedophile. There's all kinds of reasons you could
engage in the behaviors, but without it having the same motivation as other people who engage in the same behavior.
But no
the
two
aspect
people
that they find attractive.
But no two people truly have the same motivation. We're just grouping people together. No two people are gay in the same way for the same reasons. And for you to say that their reasons are entirely divorced from their experience just seems not true to me.
Again, all I can tell you is what the evidence is, and I have yet to see any evidence to suggest that there's, that each people are individual in some meaningful way, other than the fact that, well, all the humans look different. Therefore, you can't tell that this is a human by look. That's not how it works. If we did, for example, a cluster analysis of whatever features, we would have, one very obvious cluster. That doesn't mean that everybody is identical.
Cluster, not identical. Yeah, we're grouping people together, but you could also zoom in on the cluster and find different clusters within the cluster, right? Tits and ass, right? Like there's tits man. You're a tits man or an ass man. People ask that all the time. Both people are straight, but they're straight for different reasons.
Actually, the research suggests it's the hip to waist ratio. It's the curvy of it, and just tits versus ass are different ways to produce that curviness.
Okay, so you don't believe it that in the self-reporting of men who say that they're more interested
in... You keep asking believe. I don't believe in belief. I can tell you what the evidence is. That's all anybody can do. Where it's going to go, how it's going to change, I don't know. That's what makes me open-minded. That's how one stays open-minded and discovers that, oh, now the literature in this is changing, the evidence is changing, so my beliefs change. The beliefs are not what's important. The evidence is.
Okay. My perception is that there is a knowledge gap around what makes people gay and what makes people straight. I don't think we know. I think there's evidence to point to some answers, but I don't think we have the answer. I'm trying to fill in based on thinking and coming at it from a few different ways. One is my own experience. Another is just sort of logic kind of puzzle solving, just kind of taking the pieces that we do have and seeing if I can come up with something that makes sense to me. And then the other thing is, I guess leaving a space where I accept that we don't know. Oh, and then another thing is maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe people aren't gay or straight. Like maybe the question is just wrong, and so we can find answers to the question that add up to something.
You're skipping a part in trying to answer the question.
Okay.
Check to see if anybody else in the past 100 years has had the same hypothesis unchecked. You either have to come up with some idea that no other scientists.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. Is you obviously know much more about this than I do, so I figure you'd be a good person to talk to about this.
Yes,
right?
But
you'd be able to answer if someone's checked in the past 100 years.
You're not asking me about them. You're asking me if you're correct.
I think I'm more.
Are you asking me for validation? Is that what you're hoping?
No. I don't think so. I'm asking you. This is all an offshoot of the simulated child porn question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you to validate the concerns of people who are against simulated child porn because of your own blind spots and the blind spots of science in general about this topic.
If that were true, we would never be able to make any conclusion. Science will never be finished. There will always be a blind spot. There will always be the potential for something to change.
Wait! I didn't say you can't make a conclusion. I just asked you to acknowledge that you're working with incomplete information. Wait, I'm on your side, James. I'm your buddy. Okay? I agree that simulated child porn may be beneficial and should be legal. But to say that there's no counter argument...
I have no idea if it's beneficial.
Well, if it's beneficial if people like it and it's not harmful. That's what I meant.
My logic is very simple. You don't ban things without evidence that it's harmful. There's no evidence that it's harmful. Don't ban it. You want to run a study that might find a different conclusion? Okay.
That's fine. I'm not... I'm not arguing that we should ban it. I'm asking you if you are willing to make the concession, and so far you're not, that within this gap of what makes people gay or straight or pedophiles or whatever, where we don't know, if it's possible that things that happen to you after you are born could influence your sexual interest patterns. And you're saying, basically, you're mocking me for even asking.
I'm saying there's no evidence for it, despite...
That is different from saying it's almost certainly not. So if we're talking about something like turning people into pedophiles, which would be bad, I think.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense to acknowledge that blind spot. More than it makes, like, it would be bad if everybody was gay. Do you think that's true? Would it be a bad outcome if gay porn, if making gay porn legal made everybody gay? Do you think that would be a bad outcome, or good outcome, or neutral?
Again, you're asking me to pretend the past 100 years of science doesn't exist.
I'm asking you a hypothetical question.
Yeah, that everything we know about human sexuality were untrue.
Yes, in this hypothetical, everything we know about human sexuality is untrue. Will you engage with the question, sir?
That's not how court works.
That's how this court works. That's how the kangaroo court works. If you could push a button to make everyone on Earth gay...
No, it's the word bad.
If you could push a button to make everyone on Earth gay, would you push it?
Depends on how cute I would be relative to the ones that I want.
You would be the cutest.
Well, then yes, of course. Now, your question hinges on the judgmentalism surrounding the word bad. There's bad in the evolutionary sense. Would it have evolved this way? Oh, okay, if we're going to do away with evolution too, well, okay, let's assume that Jesus was right. And now ask the scientists.
Okay. You want to ask me a hypothetical? Look, the problem is...
This isn't a hypothetical.
You know what the problem with you is?
Counter
you know what
your existing evidence.
You know what your problem is?
I don't know how you're going to keep it short, but go ahead.
You're all about these thought experiments and thinking things through, no matter how unpleasant or scary or whatever. But then you won't go through this one, which gives your enemies a leg to stand on. I'm saying, like, well, like, I'm asking you if you'll entertain a hypothetical in which some of the pushback that you get and that I get makes sense, and you're like, no. You won't even talk it through. You find a way to derail every hypothetical question I ask you by saying it's not real. Well, yeah, it's a fucking hypothetical. I know it's not real. That's the point of the question. It's not real. But it could be. So I'm asking you a hypothetical question.
No, it couldn't be.
Your 100 years shit doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You keep trotting out this century of blah, blah, blah. A century of stupid people trying to solve a complex problem that they're ill-equipped to solve for reasons they probably shouldn't be engaging with it in the first place is not evidence that it's impossible. It's just evidence that, like, stupid people are not good at solving problems. Smart people aren't even good at solving problems. So take your 100 years and just set it aside. And I want you to just engage with the hypothetical that can you see how, if there is a blind spot in what changes our sexual interest patterns, and we don't have the full picture, do you see how it is concerning? It's even concerning to me, and I'm not saying I would ban it because of my concern. It's concerning to people of like, well, what if we make people into pedophiles by showing them this material? Even if there's no evidence of that, do you see how that's just a concerning idea?
No. If we allowed that, we still have witches. You cannot lower the bar for scientific evidence for one question and well, because it's just for that question. If we are able to ignore...
You don't need scientific evidence to answer a hypothetical.
You said, what if evolution doesn't work? What if we're all gay? Well, that means evolution is wrong.
Yes, that could be part of your answer. That's fine. It'd be like if you asked, it's okay. Imagine you were like,
why no answer matters.
No, you're reacting to the climate around this. I created a safe space for you, and I think you should appreciate that a little bit more than you do. You're acting like you're surrounded by people trying to burn you at the stake, and you're not. You're safe. You're finally safe, James. You're safe here. It's a safe place.
I have no idea what signal I could have given that would suggest that I feel any more or less safe in any environment.
Well, that's the problem. I want you to take your shoes off. Okay. I want you to take your...
I'm pointing out that my shoes are off. It's your perception of me that might be off.
It could be. Could be. But I don't think so. I still think my perception of you is pretty good. Like, it would be like if you asked me, if you're like, Max, what would you do if you had a third arm? And I'm like, I don't. It's like, but what if? You're saying you're not willing to engage in
and you don't see a difference between that being the Rathskellian conversation over beer rather than a serious conversation with an expert on a topic.
Okay, you find my
question. If we're willing to imagine what if evolution is wrong, no answer is meaningful.
Does evolution?
There is no.
Okay, that's a.
That is
okay. All right, motherfucker. That is a non-serious implication you're making. It is unserious. It is unserious and unscientific of you to imply that if our sexual interest patterns can be changed after birth, that implies evolution is wrong. No, that's not true. You're just trotting that out to try to make me look stupid, but that's not relevant to what we're talking about. What would have to be different for sexual interest patterns to be changed after birth? The only thing you've said so far that would have to be different from our current reality is that 100 years of idiots trying to make gay people straight would have to be wrong. And you know what? That is entirely possible. So is there anything else in your big bag of counter examples to try to derail my perfectly reasonable question?
You do know how old evolution is, yes?
Evolution is very old.
I mean, the
5
actual,
billion years old.
not evolution itself, the theory of.
I think it's 170
It's over 100
years old. Yeah.
If evolution is wrong, everything we know about modern science and biology
does evolution
wrong.
have to be wrong in my hypothetical question about sexual interest patterns? Why?
The part that got me onto the evolution was the other hypothetical. What if everybody is gay? Turning everybody is gay.
I said if you had a button that could push, if you had a button that you could push to make everybody gay, that does not make evolution wrong. It's a new device that I just invented that it shoots a beam with a heretofore unknown technology into everyone's brain and makes them gay. That doesn't make evolution wrong. Even in that hypothetical, evolution isn't wrong. And you're not answering my question. My question is, what else
would... If you perceive that I as not answering your question, then I don't have an answer for your question.
Well, can I ask it again?
Okay.
In my hypothetical, where this zany world, where your sexual interest patterns can be changed after birth, what else would have to be changed or not true? You're saying evolution, but I don't believe that. Why would that mean evolution is wrong? And then the other thing you said would have to be changed and not true is that 100 years of people trying to get control over this, it would mean they have failed. And I believe that maybe they just have failed. It might not even be something you can control. Just because it's possible, just because things can influence your sexuality, sexual interest patterns after birth, that doesn't mean that they can be influenced in a predictable and controllable way. It just means it might happen. So in the hypothetical, what is so different about this hypothetical world that you can't even answer my goddamn question?
It's not can't.
Won't.
It's no. I'm saying there's no meaningful answer. Once you change how the system works, no prediction is relevant.
My question is a meta question about what would be changed in the system in my hypothetical. That's a tautological. No, wait, no. That's a tautological argument because you're saying the system already works in this way, but there's a gap in our knowledge of how the system works. So I'm saying, what if we keep our knowledge? But what if there's another part?
There is always a gap. That's
so how am I changing how the system works? Your answer to the question can't be that you just know gay people are gay from birth. You don't know that. You don't actually know that.
No. What I know is the most parsimonious explanation for the body of evidence that's developed.
But there's always, even if it turns out that the body of evidence that we have is but 1% of the evidence that we will have in 200 years, there is always a most parsimonious explanation given any body of evidence. That doesn't preclude you from answering a hypothetical question where I say, if new evidence was introduced, what would you think of that? Or is it possible? Is it even possible that this is 1% and there's going to be another 90? Like with the theory of evolution, that seems extremely unlikely to me.
All of that I did say several times. If there's some new evidence, I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, I know. But what you're not willing to do is answer either the question or the meta question about the question. And I think that it's not because it's an unserious scientific question, excuse you for that insinuation, and I don't think it's because it's a bad question, and I don't think it's because you think that the 100 years of trying to turn gay people straight was like a good effort. I think that you don't want to give ammo to your critics. This is the only question you've been unwilling to answer. And it's the one answer. It's the one question that gives the most ammo to your critics.
If I ever considered my critics at all in any of my question,
You
in
are not.
any of these issues, it's
You don't have to
news
be
me.
Superman here.
I neither put forward nor withhold. Whatever I say
How
or
do you
don't say,
acknowledge
it is
no emotional or
independent and
psychological?
irrelevant.
How do you acknowledge no psychological or emotional vulnerability to an angry mob?
Pretty much just growing up gay. I've gotten used to it. It's second nature to me. It's meaningless to me. I mean, to me, these are words scrolling up on Twitter. They're meaningless. What
I think you're very guarded. I think it's even worse than I thought. Shoes off, even still. You might as well be wearing combat boots. That's what I think.
I don't know what would convince you of otherwise. I don't know what would make me see it differently. I can only describe you my experience of it for whatever it's worth.
Well, you could go along with the thought experiment, but you don't want to do that.
It's an internally contradictory question. What if 2 and 2 were 7? Then what would a circle be?
If 2 and 2 were 7, a circle would probably be an oval.
True, not true, words on a page that you just made up and had no meaning?
I don't know if it has no meaning.
Right, the words you made up, all of a sudden it has no meaning. Do I know you're you're right? Do I know you're wrong? I have no
Okay, you know
idea.
how I know? You know how I know
conclusion
you're
has no meaning.
emotionally. You know how I know you're emotionally compromised, Spock. You know how I know? Because that question you just asked is nonsensical, and the question I'm asking you is not nonsensical. You could say that there's no evidence base for answering it, and that you're not comfortable. All you had to do, you know what? You could have gotten out of this easily. You could have just said, "There's no evidence base for that," and you know what? I really care about this issue, and I'm not comfortable saying something that could be taken out of context as me saying that, yeah, I think there's a genuine reason why people should be concerned about this. It's really important to me that we not conflate sexual shame with knowledge gaps and evidence bases, and we should just I'm just not comfortable answering the question because I think that harm could come from me answering the question, and I don't think it's a good enough question to merit an answer. To say, yeah, maybe we don't know 100%. Based on what we know, this is what I think, and I don't want to entertain a hypothetical where that's just like based on shit I don't think. I think it would be irresponsible for me to answer. But no, instead you're like, I'm not going to answer your question because you're a fucking moron. And I can't, that's not true.
Which part?
That I'm a fucking moron.
That all to me sounds like a conversation you're having with yourself rather than me.
Okay. So what do you think about simulated child porn?
Harmless as best as we can tell.
As best as we can tell. Okay. Let's talk about your detractors. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What do they say? What do they say about you?
They, as if this is a uniform group, they say typically whatever it is they need or want or can think of to say about me to discredit anybody listening to whatever evidence I present.
Is there any patterns?
Virtue signaling, attention seeking. A lot of people, with issues of their own that they haven't settled with, so they hold me as not exactly responsible before them, but they take me as a symbolic representative of whatever, of who might have victimized them. Extremists.
I think that, okay, if you said there was a pattern to what they say about you, it would imply some consensus, which you don't want to do. Okay. Do you think I'm doing that to you? Do you think I'm doing this to you? Do you think I'm projecting my own undealt with psychological issues onto you in this conversation beyond what is inevitable?
I don't mean deep psychological issues, but you do seem to be trying to resolve something with a hope or expectation that I'll do something that I'm not doing.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's inarguable. I accept that you're not going to do it. Okay, let's do a little role switch. Can I ask you for some advice?
Sure.
Okay. Can I tell you about my project very briefly? I already told you basically, but very broad strokes.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm making a video called The Groomer Narrative. I think that's what I've settled on. And the idea is, because social media mixes adults and children in these situations I told you about where they're likely to fuck or send each other dirty messages or whatever, I believe that we are engaging in moral policing, especially around the topic of pedophilia and grooming, as a way to sort of self-correct and make up for the failures of companies like Discord and Twitter to protect adults from kids. So basically, it's the creators and their fans saying, trying to fill in this gap of like, how do we handle the fact that any 13-year-old fan of mine could start a private video call with me whenever they want? And that's not like a normal situation. Like 20 years ago, that'd be unthinkable. But it's like now everybody's Michael Jackson. Everybody can have their 10-year-old fans over into their bedroom digitally whenever they want. So I believe that we are trying to make up for this by calling each other perverts, witch hunting, calling each other pedophiles and stringing each other up and destroying each other's lives, rather than fixing the systemic issue of like, maybe my 13-year-old fans don't need to be able to start a Discord call with me in private whenever they want. What do you think of that as like a? It's just like a lens I'm trying to look at the situation through to say like.
Same as before. I don't think that protecting the children is really the motivator. I think looking like we're protecting the children is the motivator.
Do you think
whether it's actually doing that, and whether the people that we're hearing from, which are the loudest, are they representative of the mainstream?
Okay. If I were to draw a pie graph of somebody's motivation for calling me a pedophile, we both agree that virtue signaling, which I believe is driven by fear, you believe is driven by self-righteousness and an urge to, like, almost a sick pleasure. Are you saying that actual concern for children would take up 0% of the pie graph? Are you willing to give an inch?
I can't say that a person lacks it, but I can't say that the situation that in their reacting to their emotions, that it's really not about the kid. It's just,
I mean, even if it's 1%, it doesn't have to be about the kid, but do you think it's there at all? Can we connect on this at all, and that I want to listen to, acknowledge, and affirm whatever genuine concern about children. I have genuine concern about children, so maybe I'm just projecting my own concern onto the people who hate me. But can you acknowledge that there is a 1% sliver, diabetic grandma, pumpkin pie slice of concern for the children? Or are you saying it is literally absolutely absent? These people are just sociopathic, self-indulgent. They're children themselves. They're just assholes. So that's your official diagnosis, is they're assholes.
I don't think it's possible to reduce any person or certainly group of people to having a single motivator, but it's not the one that really pushed them over to the limit and
sure,
turned
absolutely.
them into these extremists.
I agree. But do you think it's there at all?
Are
you willing to?
I don't have any. I
you
don't
have no
have
evidence?
any reason. I don't have any. It's not what I'm watching for. It's not what's making their behavior the important behavior. You know, if desire for children were there without the virtue signaling, they could be doing something productive.
Well, that might be unproductive.
The important
people.
factor is the virtue signaling.
Okay, well, that's what my project is about. Here's my project. The goal of the project is to say, hey, what are some practical things we can do that I see from my perspective as somebody who is on these platforms and as somebody who is in this social media world. It's my job, and it's just trying to bring experts like you in from academic world and have the clash of the cold water of evidence and data with the the hot irons of emotion and self-righteousness, and then say, okay, what in this steam, what do we have left here? What can we agree on? What can we force these people to accept? And what can I, and as somebody who is not particularly prone to virtue signaling, and at least in the normal way, can I, as somebody who's a suspected pedophile and child molester, I think it will be meaningful to people if I say, well, here are some suggestions of how I think we can all protect children better on the internet. And you're saying, well, they don't care about protecting children, so it's going to fall on deaf ears. They just care about killing you to make themselves feel better. That may largely be true, but if it's not totally true, I still want to try. So
you should be using a different strategy to rope in the virtue signalers so that they do get what they want or feel like they get what they want. So we can now use them to start sending the messages of what will protect children.
Okay, so
given that their motivator is the feeling of righteousness, invent an award that we can give them if only they would help, fundraise or whatever useful purpose we can put them to. Use their motivator to get out of them productive behavior. They're not going to listen to the data. That's not what they care about. They care about how they look. help them look the way they want to look if they do things our way.
That's too dishonest. I can't do that. I don't want to use people.
What I just described is otherwise called government.
I know. I don't want to govern people. I'm an artist, not a politician. So I want to reach them.
As I said, my reflex is to start with where they are. Where they are is with a need to virtue signal. If I want their cooperation, their vote, their money, whatever, help them feel like they were virtuous so that I can get them to consider, engage in, vote for, donate.
I think you hate these people.
I have no emotion towards them at all. I just know how to interact with different kinds of people in different kinds of situations in order to, get the outcome that matches, our best predictions.
When I say hate, I mean I think you view them as subhuman.
No, I think actually I'm the odd one out. They are, much more common.
You view yourself as superhuman.
Just different.
Superman.
You don't take no for an answer. You seem to be pretty convinced of how you see me, and that's that. In fact, you've said several times about what you think is going on instead of in my head. But
this is a common criticism I get from my own fans, that I tell people what I think is going on in their heads or how they're feeling, and I will not accept their own self-reporting about what they're feeling or thinking. Do you think that's a problem?
Yes and no. If you were able to provide evidence to demonstrate, why your conclusion is more parsimonious than what I describe my perception of it to be, then that would be pretty reasonable.
Well, I think I'm providing evidence.
That's how it. No, you're only just saying.
I am obviously reacting to things you're saying and your behavior. You just don't agree that the evidence points to what it points to. So what should I do if I'm in an interview or a discussion with somebody and I think something about them that they don't think about themselves? I ask them if they think it, or I say I think it, and they disagree. What should I do in this situation?
We're now in journalism. This is your field more than mine, but my instinct would be to just ask it as a question, accept yes or no as the answer, and then move on.
Do you think you hate these people who hate you?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other advice? I feel ethically bound to reject your first suggestion that I use people's motivation to virtue signal for my own purposes. Do you have any other advice about the any type of thing you think I should read or watch, or person I should talk to in like I want to talk to people who law enforcement who can help us distinguish between what is actual child abuse versus 19 and 17-year-olds sexting, to help us
You think that should be law enforcement rather than the courts?
I think law enforcement would give us a good picture of the kinds of situations. So people will comment on my videos, I'm reporting you to the FBI. So I think it would be interesting to have an FBI agent to come in and say hey, here's the things that we get reports about. Here's the number of reports we get. Here's what's actually happening.
Yeah, what? No, it's people just use blanket threats like that. I can't count the number of times. My usual response, if I respond at all when somebody says they're reporting me to the FBI, is to remind them I'm in Canada. They're just making this up. They don't know how any of this works.
No.
So if a child yells at me, what's the point? What, I'm going to engage the child in the
I guess I am. So is there any areas of research that you think I should be reading about or looking into in order to understand if my thesis makes sense, or if the best ways to kind of paint the picture of just differentiating the lay people's understanding of pedophilia, real pedophilia, versus people who victimize as children, versus when are children not being victimized but we think they are. Just kind of filling it all out into a nicely rounded thing. I have to stream a few times a week to pay my bills, so I gotta. I have spots to talk to.
I'm looking for Mike Cito's textbook on my shelf. That would probably be the most thorough and straightforward. I'm not saying it, I'd show it to you, but the author is Michael Cito, Seto.
Okay. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Don't tell him about this conversation.
But yeah, for anybody interested, I think that'd be it's a fantastic source, very chock-filled. He's a solid scientist. He followed me as editor of the journal Sexual Abuse.
Okay. Mike Cito. How do I spell that? S-E-T-O?
Yep.
Okay. What's the book called?
Oh, goodness. Pedophilia and sex offenders against children? Something like that.
Okay. You have this, like, you seem like you're winding down. Is our conversation almost over?
I'm afraid so. I'm a little bit jet-lagged, and I
understand.
A couple of legal cases which have been just fascinating, but I have to get back to them.
Okay. Do you want to go now, or do you want to answer one more question?
Oh, let's do one more.
Okay. Editor of Sex Abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us any broad strokes, clarity on misconceptions about sex abuse that you think the average person has?
I think the most relevant one is its overlap with pedophilia. If we could end on a factoid, it would be specifically people are treating, as we were saying before, that pedophilia is a synonym for sex abuse. But really, the stranger danger is one of the things that society really needs to get over. The large majority of childhood sexual abuse happens inside the family, not from strangers. The situations, if we to make the biggest dent in the reduction in sex abuse, it's to handle what pathologies and what harms are going on inside families. These watching out for the dangerous others, they exist. That shouldn't stop, but that's not the lion's share of these cases.
Does that translate into any practical advice that you would have, like broadly speaking, of like how to redirect that energy that or that effort?
The virtue signalers are after virtue signaling. They're looking for somebody to blame. That the danger is inside the house, they are not interested in that. That won't give them the opportunity to show how much better they are, because we're saying look inside instead of giving them an opportunity to blame others. So this will not help them. On a societal level, to me, it's another indication of the general social supports, through schools and other social services that families in general need. And the abuse happens, inside highly stressed and chaotic houses, that don't get mental health care or other care that they need. The better, that entire net works, the less abuse we would expect. So it's the looking for, the stereotypical evil guy out in the world. They exist, but that's not really where most of this problem is.
That's interesting. Also, there's probably something nice about the idea that, if you can keep your kids away from Jeffrey Epstein, then you don't have to look in the mirror or look in your family's mirror, or, what other systems you're part of. You can just...
Yeah, and the situations they have, right? A parent there's a drug problem, alcohol problem, stress problem. One of the spouses is getting abused. Right, they're yucky, ugly kinds of situations, but that's where the problem is. That's where we have to go in order to fix it. The other stuff, as I say, as I've kept saying, it isn't really about reducing pedophilia. It's about showing me what a good, whatever advocate I want to look like.
Well,
with that smile on the face, all of a sudden you're looking like a young Riker.
hey, yeah, he's got that grin.
I think it's the beard. The combination of the beard and the smirk did it.
The pained grin. I see what you're saying. Well, thank you.
The pleasure is mine.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on, and I might
to do it. They're tough topics.
I know they are. I might email you my progress once this comes together if you're interested.
Excellent. I would be curious.
All right, great. Well, then I'll talk to you later, and thank you so much again.
Very good. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye, James. Looks like we got a new mentor, folks. Looks like we got ourselves a mentor, baby. James was fantastic. I know, Haley. I know you were looking forward to this, so I'm glad it didn't disappoint. Tell him you learned something. Oh, I learned a lot. Riker versus Romulan. Good talk. I called him Spock. He called me Riker. Got each other pegged. Is James our dad now? I don't know. Maybe. Mr. Girl made a new best friend who will deny their friendship. I know. What is with all these men who love me who won't just admit that they love me? Destiny knows he loves me. The Clark Cunt, $5. Thanks for holding his feet to the fire. They were pretty cute feet, too. You can say what you will about the guy. He's got nice feet. I didn't expect to see feet this stream. Dr. Chad was awesome. Pegged, and... Oh, yeah, I use that word purposely. Jordan Peterson. I know, this guy should be the new Jordan Peterson. Man, I think that... I think people, if he started streaming, I think people would probably really like it. James Cantor is iconic. He really is. It's quite a personality. You're more like Barkley. I'm like Barkley in the episode where he knows everything. This was your most fascinating interview yet by far. Great work. Yeah, it got derailed for, only a third of it. I honestly thought he already did streaming. I don't think so. Maybe you can start the next convo with a nice long chat about your friendship. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll start my next conversation with somebody I've never talked to before with a nice long chat about my friendship with that person. I might as well just cut straight to the chase. He was really sharp and had great broadcasting presence. He was very sharp. I think your absolute biggest problem is not believing how the other party feels and not reading the room. Besides that, great talk. James was dope. No, I am the room. You think I can't read the room? What is with you people thinking I'm like socially retarded? I can read the room. If I have to agree with what other people say about themselves, then so do you. You have to agree with what I'm saying about myself. Then none of us can perceive anything or think anything about each other. Okay, do you want me to pretend? Do you want me to pretend I don't think that he is jaded and angry and hates these people when he brings up virtue signaling probably 20 times in our conversation, but you want me to pretend that that's not a sign that he is bitter and angry towards these people? What am I supposed to do? You want me to contort? You want me to lie and say I believe him? Do you want me to just not bring it up because it's rude? Do you want me to just change the subject and say, okay, well, if that's what you say, that's fine. Let's just move on. Or do you want me to actually contort my worldview so that when people say good things about themselves, like that they're not hateful or angry or bitter, then it's true? That's virtue signaling. That's literally the thing he's complaining about. The conversation is about me saying, hey, so these people are saying they're concerned about children. He's saying, well, they're not. They think they are, but they're not. They're working through their fucking psychological problems. They don't feel how they think they feel. We shouldn't believe them. And I'm like, well, what if we just give them like the benefit of the doubt? He's like, no, never give anybody the benefit of the doubt when they're talking about their feelings. They don't know what they're feeling. They don't know who they are. They don't know their own motivations. And I'm like, okay, well, I think your motivations are slightly different from what you think. I think there's like, some component. And he's like, no, fuck you. When I say who I am, you have to believe it. When I say what I'm thinking, then it's true. Actually, he didn't say that, but you're saying that. You're saying I have to believe his statements about his own internal motivations for not believing other people's internal motivations. No! You guys are fucking pussies. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you. No. You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me. He's doing the exact same thing I'm doing. But because I know I'm doing it, because I'm acknowledging that it's happening, I could do it in a way where people don't know it's happening. You want me to start lying to you so you can feel better about watching my streams, you sick fucking perverts? You want me to start pretending I'm not dissecting people? No, I am straightforward. And people are like, oh, you're not empathetic because you don't believe what people say about themselves. That's not what empathy is. They're not fucking related. They have nothing to do with each other. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Empathy is when you can connect to and understand the feelings of another person. That requires either reading into things they have not said or not believing things they have said. If you are empathetic, then there will be times where you disagree with people's statements or lack of statements about themselves. That's literally, definitionally a fact. Empathy is not when you just believe things people say to you. Jesus Christ. No. No. You just don't like it because it makes people uncomfortable, or it makes you uncomfortable, or you think it's rude, or maybe you're virtue signaling. Maybe you're not uncomfortable. Maybe you want me to keep doing it because you like watching it. Huh? Is that my role? Are we role playing? You want me to keep doing it because you like watching it? But then you get to be the person in the audience and say, oh, I wish he wouldn't do that. Oh, this was such a good chat. I wish that Mr. Girl would just get along with everybody when he talks to them. I wish that he and Lauren would just get along and just talk about the issues. Why is there so... Stop lying. What do you think I'm lying about, Yon God? You're such a naysayer. The lady doth protest too much. Yeah. Max needs a joint. I need a joint like I need a club. I need a jazz club called Mr. Girl's Smooth Jazz. That's the kind of joint I need. He was definitely pretty patronizing. He did feel pretty patronizing. You're lying to yourself. Aren't we all? I thought she did. She likes you, but doesn't know if she can trust you. Yeah. Well, you better figure it out. $5. Don't you think it's from S3? Don't you think it's gaslighting when you say people are angry when they say they aren't? Doctor seemed more bored than angry. I don't think he's angry at me. I think he's angry at people trying to crucify him when he's ultimately trying to help people. Especially he's trying to help children, and people are trying to crucify him for it. I think he's justifiably angry. I would be surprised. The idea that he's not angry is almost like unfathomable to me. But no, it's not telling somebody you don't believe what they're saying about themselves isn't gaslighting. Gaslighting is when you lie about that. Okay? So, let's use Shaylin as an example. Let's say I'm trying to make Shaylin do something. It's my birthday tomorrow. What do I want Shaylin to do for my birthday in my fantasy, in my hypothetical fantasy? Let's say I want Shaylin to make me a fruit salad. And I say, Shaylin, do you want to make me a fruit salad? She says, no. And I say, well, do you think that you feel pressured by the fact that it's my birthday? And that's making you say no just because you don't want to be told what to do on my birthday? But maybe you really do want to make a fruit salad. And if I construct that response, knowing that she probably just doesn't want to, but I'm trying to confuse her into being like, oh, I do. Yeah, you're right. I'm afraid of domesticity, and I did want to make a fruit. I've been meaning to eat more of like fruit, blah blah. Then I'm gaslighting her. Gaslighting is telling people things about themselves that you know aren't true to convince them that they are, to make them do or feel the way you want. Gaslighting is not when somebody is like crying or looks like they've just been crying, or something traumatic happens to them. Like if somebody's like family dies in a plane crash, and then the next day they're like, I'm fine. I'm over it. I watched a self-help YouTuber. I watched Mr. Beast, and he cheered me up, and I'm feeling fine now. I think that like what I want to give with my life, I don't need to be selfish. My attachment to my family was selfish. So now they're all dead. I'm free from that. I want to go out and then give money to homeless people or whatever. It's not gaslighting to say like, hey, I think actually you're really upset and you've undergone a traumatic event, and like you should take some time, like, you know, to kind of process these feelings. I'm worried about you. That's not gaslighting, even though you're disagreeing with their statement of their own feelings. It's more obvious in that example. So you can say it's gaslighting because you think I'm wrong, but that's not gaslighting. It's a manipulation. It's an intentional manipulation. Disagreeing is seen as attacking their intelligence. 350 from Arnold Blake. Thank you. Yeah. Your intelligence about yourself has a limit, and when somebody points it out to you by saying, I think you're either misrepresenting your feelings or not aware of them, yeah, you're highlighting like a blind spot. But like that's part of being friends with people. I think if anything, I'm just acting more intimate with people than it's appropriate, because I don't know them. We don't have any established trust. He's clearly guarded about this whole thing, and I'm saying like, well, let me reach into your feelings box and pull out a wet one and see what you think of it. Yeah, that can be invasive. I'll cop to being invasive. I just think gaslighting implies that I'm trying to hurt people or use them, or that I'm lying. Mostly that I'm lying, and I really believe what I'm saying. This is dating advice. Yes. I think people need to be comfortable with feeling uncomfortable. Thank you for the $10, Trap Leader. Yeah, that'd be nice. Especially if we're going to talk about pedophilia. Like, it's just going to be uncomfortable. $5 from Johnson Pike. Starting to disbelieve you with the Glink mom and Craigslist guy story. It's hard to defend you when my morals are different if you catch my panel. Starting to disbelieve you with the Glink mom and Craigslist guy story. Oh. Mom and Craigslist guy story. What story with Glink's mom? That I masturbated in front of a girl and her mother at a party? Let's see if that, I made a video about that. You really want to get into it. I don't know if it's still, I took it down from YouTube because I didn't want to get my channel banned. And I don't know if it's up. It is up on my website. Okay, if you want to hear about the time that I masturbated in front of a girl and her mother at a CFNM party in detail, I told this story 3 years ago. And, I'm going to put it in the chat. Just for you, Johnson. Okay, what's the other story? Craigslist guy who gave me hand jobs, $140 a pop. I don't know why you don't agree with that. I don't have any other contemporary evidence of that. I don't. What do you mean you don't believe me? Why? I just. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't believe me. Are you expecting some kind of catharsis during your interviews from the confrontation? No, I'm just trying to. I'm saying it's like I'm hitting a wall where I'm like, hey, I can't. I'm trying to plug you and your expertise into the systemic understanding of what's happening between people. And when you keep dehumanizing everybody who disagrees with you and me, I like we're hitting a wall that I can't get past. I need you to stop doing that. Or I need you to at least be willing to hear some counter arguments to what you're saying without saying, oh, that's a hypothetical, I can't entertain it. You might as well say 2 + 2 is 7. Like, you're just refusing to think about this in any way other than you already think about it, and you're refusing to humanize the people who disagree with you. So it's like reading a book, but worse, because the book isn't like calling you like a moron the whole time you're reading it. So I'm just trying. I'm saying like you're making what I'm trying to do impossible. $2 from the Clark Hunt. Happy birthday. Do you and Renee have any plans? Actually, we do. I do think I'm going to begin filming. But it's tax day, so I gotta do my taxes. I kind of have to go now to do that because I only have a few hours. Some my taxes aren't that complicated, but you know, probably should have started them before now. But after the taxes, then I'm gonna do the doll's taxes. $2 from Sausage Lord. Will the doll give you birthday intercourse or cake? I'm gonna have my cake and eat it too, baby. Stop disagreeing with Mr. Girl, guys. Yeah, it just really derails everything. Renee is my real doll. My sex doll. No tax stream? I don't think I'm going to do a tax stream. $2 from Johnson. Thank you again. Good night, buddy. Good night. I hope you get your fruit salad. Bro, it's pretty late to do your taxes. Yeah. Well... it is pretty late. You can file them late. You just have to pay a fee. Yeah, I think I'll be able to get them done in time. I disagree with Mr. Girl. Good for you. I want you to disagree with me. Look, when I'm screaming at you, it's just part of the relationship. You know? I welcome your feedback, even when I think it's horribly wrong. That's something I have to tell, you know, people I date. Just because I'm freaking out and screaming doesn't mean that things are going wrong. Right? That's just part of it. And I see a lot of streamers screaming at their chats, and I get it. Today is the last day. Yeah, I have got 4 hours to do my taxes. Is the dollar dependent? I probably won't mention the doll in my tax return. Any update with the Dr. K stuff? No. No updates. I don't think he was dehumanizing. I think he was. He was just reducing people to virtue signaling, which is the most... And then I was like, why do you think they're virtue signaling? And he was just like, because they're self-righteous. And I was like, what do you think it's fear of like the mob? Anything humanizing in the virtue signaling? He's like, nope. I think that was dehumanizing. Screaming is not a healthy relationship, clown. All right, Brenda. Maybe we don't have a healthy relationship. Maybe there's no such thing as a healthy relationship. Brenda. I haven't used the doll yet, but I think in the next couple days, it's time to start using, filming, start the relationship with the doll. My battery's all charged up. I'm ready to go. What type of relationship are you and your partner in? Me and Shaylin have a intimate relationship. I prioritize intimacy over health. Brenda got a baby? There are such things, Max. No, there's not Brenda. It's all labels. Healthy is too. What one person's healthy is another person's unhealthy. There's whatever you want from your relationship. I think we should define it more of two people coming together to create something that both of them want or that they strive for. You can't even have a relationship you want. You just gotta try. Oh God. You better make sure the doll nuts. Yeah, this is... The doll's not going to feel pleasure, only pain. Oh, what? Open or where we have a monogamous relationship? Yeah. Alright. No, Shaylin's not allowed to use the doll right now. Would you open up your relationship for Steven? No. I won't open it for anybody. But if I did, it would be for Steven. No. Okay. I gotta go. I gotta start my my birthday taxes. You're retreating into sophistry. Brenda, I'm gonna let you have the last word with that. Thank you for watching my stream. My next stream will be the day after tomorrow when I'm 37. I will be streaming with Ella, A-E-L-L-A, Ella Girl on Twitter, at 8 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. And then I'm streaming with Brittany Simon at 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And that is my week. I'll see you if you are joining me for those, or you'll see me. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Yeah. No, my birthday's the 19th. Yeah. That 420 is Hitler's birthday. I'm the 19th. All right. Thank you. Goodbye, horses.
There are no right answers for anything involved in art. It's
This might be the most transphobic thing that I've ever said in my life. So here we go. I don't think I really believe in non-binary. And then you've got like the fucking brainlet like Pisco take two. Don't you identify as non-binary? I'm not ever on Destiny. It seems like you're dismissing the validity of non-binary identity because of a lot of idpol performative lying online people. And I think if you accept people feeling strong they're transgender, why would you reject people feeling strong that they're non-binary unless you have a special reason to doubt their sincerity? Issue is that this is gonna sound really negative, but I don't really care at this point. Based on Mr. Bitt's arguments, couldn't you just identify as trans? Okay, this is our next topic, okay? Something that has become a little bit problematic, I think, in online discourse. This is, by the way, this is a topic that only me and I guess ultra-conservative people will touch because it's like, it's a toxic as fuck topic. But I think it like needs to be, at some point we have to find a way to talk about this. I think that generally it's usually not good to guess like the mind states of other people, and it's usually better to just deal with arguments directly. So for instance, like it's very rare that I just like accuse somebody of being a grifter when they're making an argument, like, oh, I don't think they really believe that, they're just grifting, because there's just usually not much like utility in it, and there's no way to like prove it, and I can just deal with like shitty arguments anyway, unless there's like a lot of evidence. Like, you know, like I think you can have conversations about like Dave Rubin being a grifter, or I don't know if anybody fits the bill as well as Dave Rubin does. But one thing that is kind of difficult is that we've entered this world where, like, oh shit, I should have been again. Every single person has to be taken at their word for anything related to themselves, and I don't think that that's necessarily bad in and of itself. except for when people start to weaponize those aspects of themselves. Then I think I should have rolled. I just tried to. Oh, I'm alive. Holy shit. Because when people start to weaponize those aspects of themselves, then all of a sudden it becomes weird that those same things that they're weaponizing are literally unimpeachable. Like, you can't attack or do anything about them, but they're used to, like, win arguments or establish points or whatever. Nice. So, something that I haven't talked a lot about, because I personally don't have super strong feelings about it, this might be the most transphobic thing that I've ever said in my life. So here we go. I don't think I really believe in non-binary. I feel pretty strongly about like trans men and trans women. It seems to be like there's research and there's history supporting the existence of these two like types of people, I guess we could say, or like this one phenomenon, I guess, of being trans. But I don't know how hardcore I'm bought into this concept of non-binary, and now I'm gonna ratchet it up to 11 times. Okay, non-binary to me seems like an easy way for a boring white person to buy into the trans status without ever having to like actually take drugs to change their body. That's a lot of the discourse on Twitter feels that way to me. Like, non-binary, like, if I say that I'm like a trans woman, but I don't want to like transition, or my gender presentation can still be male, but I'm gonna go by she, her pronouns, that feels a little bit lame. But I could just identify as non-binary. Now I can be trans. I don't have to change my gender presentation at all. Nobody really knows my gender identity. And now I get like all the benefits of being trans and talking about trans things. There's two huge problems with this. I'll go over the minor problem first. The minor problem first is I just read a really fucking stupid thing in chat. I need to not reach out when I'm having these conversations. Or I need to reach out afterwards. The minor problem first is that, fuck, hold on. No, I'm gonna focus on this. Fuck, I just read something so fucking retarded in chat. It just fucking threw my whole fucking mind for a loop. I'm gonna die. I should have died. He should have killed me then. Oh, good one. Can you please just die? Oh, I'm at the barrier! I can't move! I don't remember what the two things I was gonna say was. I'm probably gonna start permabanning people that say like, "Isn't this just a really online opinion?" Who's saying this? Okay, I'll ignore you. Hopefully, I remember to unignore you in a week. Okay. I think the biggest problem with identifying as like non-binary, when you have like pronouns that totally match like your gender expression, that totally match how everybody else perceives you in society, is that I think there is a lot of stolen valor here. I think there is a ton of stolen valor in that you basically get to go online and you get to pretend that like you've had all, because there's a huge market in victimizing yourselves these days, right? Like if you are a victim, it's like the ultimate way to get like social accreditation. Like you want to okay, so and then oh god, also and then you've got like the fucking brainlet like Pisco take two. Don't you identify as non-binary? I'm not ever online crying that I have like a trans experience and that like I'm a victim of trans shit. It's the same thing with me identifying as like Cuban, right? I never go online and I'm like, well, you wouldn't understand. Growing up Hispanic in America, like this for me, I've never said anything like that before because it's fucking retarded. My experience growing up in the only time I'm Hispanic is when I step into the FAFSA office and I'm trying to get fucking student aid. Otherwise, I have a white American experience, 100%. That is my whole lived experience, and I would never say anything different, ever, right? But I don't like the idea that like it happened twice. Somebody pointed this on a subreddit. It happened twice in the past week where I'm arguing with like, I think it's like with somebody that's presenting as a cis male essentially, in order to try to have like more validity into their arguments. They're out of nowhere. They're like, oh, I'm non-binary. It's like, okay. And like, I don't agree that the lived experiences of non-binary people is matching that of people that are like trans women or trans men who legitimately have a lot of painful experiences growing up related to that trans identity, right? So when you're a trans male or when you're a trans female, you have like internal issues, like there's an incongruence between the mind and body that can cause a great deal of stress. And you have external issues. The way that people treat you publicly when you try to bring that mind and body mismatch into more congruency causes a lot of friction between family and friends. When people that just are like, when guys, really, because 99% of the time, when guys are just like, oh, like I'm non-binary or whatever, and they're like, oh, so I'm trans, it's like, okay, I guess like you kind of are, but like you're not having like the trans experience anywhere near as much as like trans people are in the United States. So when you're like a non-binary person that uses like the same pronouns that anybody in society would normally identify with you and present with, and you're not on HRT or you're not doing anything like, it just seems kind of weird to try to like throw that in there as like a like, oh, I'm trans. Like you're okay, you're non-binary, your gender presentation matches up completely with how you appear, you're not on any drugs, and like no one else on the outside would ever be able to identify you as being a trans person, like non-binary. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just really cringe. I'm getting to a point where in a lot of the online discourse, I'm starting to believe some of the things that people are saying like less and less and less. Like all of it feels like just really attention seeking to me. But I think that the issue is that like when I was growing up as a kid, like when teenagers were being attention seeking, and they are, because teenagers are attention seeking. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. People who are teenagers or in their early 20s who are attention seeking, that's like a normal part of growing up. You're trying to find your place in the world. You want people to notice you and recognize you. You want to feel important. Like that's totally fine. You know, like I shit on like kids a lot on my stream, you know, like fucking retarded. On like college kids or like people being dumb. But like you should like this is like a normal stage of your development. Everybody does this. Everybody goes through these phases where you're like a fucking libertarian or you're doing whatever. Like it's totally fine that it happens. But the problem is that it used to be when kids were acting like attention seeking, you could identify it as such and be like, okay, you're a kid, you're going through a phase, this is attention seeking, whatever, that's fine. You can do that, and we were, everybody in the world knew what was happening. We could move on and be fine, you know. But the issue is that like now that so much of the attention-seeking behavior is starting to revolve around these like gender-related concepts, it becomes impossible to ever have discussions about like this type of attention-seeking behavior, which I think is like, I think it's really weird. Destiny, it seems like you're dismissing the validity of non-binary identity because of a lot of idpol performative lying online people, and I think that's a reason to not. I don't think that's a reason. No, well, first of all, non-binary identities have like my understanding is there's no establishment in any scientific literature whatsoever to support these. So this is literally a thing that you literally accept only on social grounds because it sounds like a thing that maybe should be or whatever. Okay, but I like the concept of non-binary and all of this, like I don't think exists anywhere like scientifically. I don't think it's been like psychologically validated. I don't know if there's any research on it. It seems I don't see anything. Like when people like Lumi say things like I have gender dysphoria of being any gender, that sounds like something not related to like your internal experience. That sounds like some other sort of like mental issue that you have to work through. I don't know if I consider like not having any gender presentation whatsoever to be just as valid a gender identity as having some sort of gender presentation. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think there's any validity like that anywhere like in the literature that shows that like this might be a thing. Haven't third genders existed historically? People say that. I think there was like one Indian society that had, I think there was like one Indian society that had a third gender once, but like for the overwhelming history of mankind, like it's been generally like two genders, right? Oh, maybe there's 2 spirit. I shouldn't have attacked that. I'm supposed to be waiting for it to finish. But I attack again because I'm an idiot. And again, I just can't help myself. Okay. Because of that. Okay. I do feel like there are people that don't feel a strong connection to their gender stuff. Sure, and this is why, like, people call it ironic, I guess. I really don't give a fuck what people call it. This is why, like, I've historically identified, I guess, as, like, non-binary. Like, I don't have, like, a strong connection to my gender, because I just don't feel that way. But I don't really know if I understand the mechanisms for how this can manifest in, like, dysphoric feelings or something. Or how I feel like I need, like, some type of special recognition for that. That just comes off as, like, very bizarre to me. But I feel like the people that will, like, defend that will also, like, very adamantly defend, like, neopronouns and shit, too, which are just equally ridiculous. Okay, you attack first, then I attack. You attack first, and then I attack. Oh. Thank you. Okay. And then I guess to tie this into, like, convos that I've had before, something else that, like, really drives me crazy is that it feels like it really feels like we've erased the gamut that a gender can run, or that gender expression run, and we're, like, hardcore narrowing down what it used to be. That, like, I guess I liked it when I was growing up. Like, again, to reiterate, like, I think that trans men and trans women are still real things, but it feels like it's harder and harder to have, like, you know, like, and this might just be a bias when I say online, I don't know if I see people that ever identify, like, as tom girls anymore. Now it's like, you're not a tom girl, you're like a, like, trans femme presenting, like, gender fluid queer person. And it's like, okay, like, can't this person just have, like, the gender identity of, like, being female, but, like, this is how they express themselves? Like, why does it have to be, why do there have to be, like, 32 new categories for everything, right? Or, like, there is no, like, it doesn't seem like people talk about, like drag as much, you know? Now it's like femme presenting, cross-dressing, like, queer, gender fluid men, or, like, I don't even know, like, I don't know, like, femboys or whatever. Like, it just seems like it feels weird that, like for a while it felt like we were, like, radically expanding kind of, like, what the genders could do or how they could present, and now we've, like, instead of, like, continuing to expand it, like, shattered, and now there's, like, 52 different genders for every, like, spectrum now, which just feels, like, kind of weird. I think I've, like, talked about this before, but that's a good one. Is there anyone who identifies as all genders? There's probably an omnigender, unironically. If you look up, oh my god. If you look up, like, is it wiki gender?
Didn't say Simon Says.
Oh shit, that guy can parry? Okay, no more ever doing that. I can only imagine future DSA meetings where people identify. Yeah, just, I don't know, man. Oh, he doesn't shoot. Oh, okay. Wow, nice move spam, dude. I'm gonna die right here. I should have died. Because I'm greedy! I'm too paranoid to, like, take a normal hit now because I think he's gonna fucking parry me. Like that one guy yesterday parried me for the first time ever. when I was on 3 out of 3. I don't feel like mobs should ever be able to parry you, because it's basically just like the game is rolling a dice to see if you die. And if they roll, like, there's no skill past the point of me autoing. It's just a matter of if the AI decides it's going to perfectly parry me or not. There's nothing I can really do. Oh my god. It's so lame, dude. Okay, I'll just auto him. I'll auto him and kill him first, and then kill the... I don't know.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Remember back when we were saying women can do X, traditional male thing, men can do X, traditional female thing, and now it seems like everyone wants a diagnosis for those things. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess, like, just... The leaving this conversation, I guess, because... And I understand it's a shit show. There's probably, like, 24 of you guys, like, making up, like, huge Reddit threads now about how, like, I'm secretly transphobic or whatever. The reality is that... Like, there is a lot of attention-seeking behavior that happens, but now that all of that behavior can be shifted over to, like, gender spectrum stuff, now all of it becomes, you can't call any of it out. And it's worse. Not only can you not call any of it out, now we have to all, like, pretend that, like, these, like, 52 self-diagnosed mental illnesses, or these, like, I'm non-binary, but I still use the same pronouns and present a certain way. Like, now we have to pretend that these things are, like, sacred, holy things that have to be ultra-respected, and we have to treat these people differently and talk to these people differently, and it's just, like... It's like, I don't know, it's gotten really, really, really fucking obnoxious. And it's harmful to the people that actually need help for any issues related to this. It's harmful to the discourse, because now we all just get stuck in meta conversations about whether or not we're being whateverist or embracing whatever isms. I don't know. It's super ultra cancerous now, obviously. Has Mr. Girl affected your opinions at all? Not really, no. I feel the same way with neopronoun. I've never considered those to be a real thing. I still can't believe. I hope that they don't gain any more traction than they already have, but who the fuck knows? As soon as I start seeing people on, like, major boards or, like, fucking big social things presenting themselves with neopronouns, I'm just gonna... That's it. I'm ending it. Okay, here, we'll catch up on donos.
Left-wing economic policies hanky. Destiny sunglasses.
Have you given a take on they, them? I don't care. They, them is fine. That's whatever. It's easy enough. People do it naturally anyway.
When birth, sex is meaningless to determining gender, and you have to use societal stereotyping. Then of course you need non-binary status. Most people don't fall to a rigid set of gender norms. Two-spirit is a modern concept that was invented in academia to refer to various third genders in various indigenous cultures and have little in common with one another.
I don't know anything about the history of two-spirit stuff, so I can't say.
Tom girls were the hottest. All straight boys knew that. What happened?
If you accept people feeling strongly that they're trans...
Joey.
Sometimes. If you accept people feeling strongly that they're transgender, why would you reject people feeling strongly that they're non-binary unless you have a special reason to doubt their sincerity? I have no frame of reference for what non-binary even means. Like, transgender makes sense. You can either feel like you're a male or you can feel like you're a female, but non-binary, just like, it's like saying, like, why wouldn't you accept that some people might feel like they're aliens? Or why wouldn't you accept that some people feel like they have dolphin spirit? Like, there's just no frame of reference. There's no reason to think that, like, this is even, like, a thing that you're possibly capable of conceiving. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. How do you feel about gender fluid shit? This might just be my brain booming or whatever because I'm old, and maybe it is. But gender fluid to me feels like somebody that is probably like male or female, like they normally would be, but they have like hobbies or interests or presentations that are just outside of the social norm. but it sounds boring to say that. So you want like your new like special tag or whatever, so you get to be gender fluid. It's like a guy that likes wearing dresses instead of like being a cross dresser, or a guy that is like just femme presenting or whatever. Like now you're gender fluid, or like just that's what it feels like to me. But who knows? You know, I could be, maybe I'm wrong. Couldn't non-binary be a catch-all for that stuff too? I guess, or you could just, I don't know, man. The core problem is that people want to rename self-expression to gender. It feels that way a little bit. If I listen to like Demon Mama talk, or if I look at like the wiki gender shit, that like seems to be the case. But I think it's just, I think people really want like validity for the things that they feel or whatever. And like getting something like solidified into a gender is like the ultimate form of like validation. That's what it feels like. Oof, like 12 paragraphs typed at me that I'm not reading a single one of. How mad does that make you guys? The wiki gender shit is a meme, right? I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure the people that write there and post about it feel pretty strongly about it. Oh my god, I should have rolled. Oh, I wasn't even dead. Whatever. I think if you get hit by just the tip, it does slightly less damage. Do you feel like neopronouns basically people wanting certain titles like doctor or PhD? It feels to me like it feels to me like people just want to be special and people want to be like known for something. You know, like neopronouns are like a really easy way to do that. But I think that the issue is that this is gonna sound really negative, but I don't really care at this point. I think the issue is that like there's a lot of people in the world now, and with social media, a lot of people are like realizing how unexceptional they are, and they feel kind of bad that they don't have any cool accomplishments or achievements or whatever. So like the easiest way to like stand out, you know, is like I am, you know, like a gender fluid, trans femme presenting, like neo queer person who goes by zers, I am like pronoun. That's like now you have like something like, look, this is like me, I'm unique, which again, I don't think is intrinsically a bad thing, because when we were talking about like teenagers or like early 20s people, like attention seeking to some extent is like pretty normal. Like you should be wanting to get attention. That's like pretty normal, right? But I think that like the way that we encourage that is through like people accomplishing their achievement or doing things, or like being cool people or whatever. But just the idea that like this, all the weird gender shit is like a shortcut to notoriety, I think is a little bit cringe, but I don't know. Yeah, like people like Vosh, like it's not enough, like I can't be a Marxist, I can't be a socialist, I have to be like an anarcho-syndacticalist. Just like, okay. Like, sure thing, dude, you know? It cannot be a bad thing and nothing serious at the same time. Well, so like I think the issue why it gets like a little bit serious is that wow, DSP going hard. I think the reason why it's a little bit weird is because like the online discourse is so far away from the real life discourse that it's so far away from the real life discourse that if whenever you dip your toes into the online discourse, I think there's a real chance that it like harms the real life discourse, because like when you try to have conversations about people, and even like 5 years ago was the case. If I try to have a conversation with somebody about trans people, they're like, okay, well, like what about Zazer, cat pronouns, and everything? And like usually most of those conversations in the early days, like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, would revolve around me saying things like, okay, these people aren't real, they're not serious, they're like a minority, nobody takes these people seriously. But now that like those conversations are becoming more and more and more mainstream, it's becoming harder to present like a reasonable view of like what a trans person is or whatever, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's that? Hi. Do you agree with DeSantis? I have no idea what that even is. Oh, the Florida shit? I haven't looked into it enough to have a strong opinion about it. Okay, he attacks, I attack. Okay, big attack, I attack twice. Roll. He attacks, I rolled twice because I'm an idiot. Okay, he attacks, big attack, I can hit twice. No, I can't hit twice. I shouldn't hit twice. Is there more research on trans people versus non-binaries? Yeah, there's like a decent amount
Keep
of
hating your life
research
then,
on like
working class
trans
Andy.
people and trans brains. I say a decent amount. It's all obviously still in its infancy, but okay. This conversation topic is boring. All right, next one. What do we have?
I'm going to address briefly every drama thing that I think Demon Mama. Speaking of people who do this worse, Hassan.
Do I have iframes on my horse? Destiny, that's me!
I'm going to paraphrase Destiny here, but
Okay.
nothing that I'm about to say is a smear. It's,
Oh, of course.
literally just a
Totally
thing that he
accurate.
said about himself.
Of course.
Destiny does not care inherently about any minority groups.
I don't want to be your fucking ally or any cringe cuck shit like that. I could give a fuck less.
Act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny's subreddit.
I
They
don't think
just
he knows. One of the reasons why Vosh is probably particularly mad here is because his community. He's so scared of me, dude. Jesus. We need to listen to Vosh talking shit. Oh yeah, we can listen to these, I guess. Is this one the unhinged one?
credit for that, which again, I don't do it for the credit, but it's just weird because after the PCRF stream, like, you know, it felt like it defined the positivity in the community for a while. It was like a good rallying cry, I guess, for good stuff here. But obviously that got overshadowed by the J.K. Rowling stuff, and, you know, it all kind of spiraled out from there. And I felt a bit upset at you guys about that. But then I realized, the second thing I realized, was that I had forgotten about it too. I forgot about it. I had forgotten about the charity stream, you know? And something occurred to me, along with some advice from TJ Kirk, ever the advisor to me, which is that I feel like there's something wrong with the way this community has been conducted for a while, you know? I feel like there are problems. There are like nefarious elements that I wanted to deal with. So because it was like 2 a.m., I slapped, it was too late for me to contact my editors to ask for like a real thumbnail. So I just went on Clip Studio Paint and I just did the new arc. But anyway, here we are. And it's just, you know, it's just a video that is streamed. But, okay, we need to purge the toxicity within. See, here's the issue.
Yeah?
Here's the problem, okay?
Okay.
The problem is that I am an exceptional person.
Okay.
And I have an exceptional community full of exceptional people.
Okay.
I think we're pretty great, really. And in spite of that, I feel like so much of this community and the content that I produce is reactive. I defend myself against other people, you know?
Okay.
It's been a while since I've taken charge. It feels like I'm always defending myself, you know, against an onslaught of... And the defenses that I put forward, I think, are valid, by the way. You know, I don't think that I'm wrong to do that. Wrong in the stuff that I do or that I say. But I feel like, in terms of, like, the community perspective, what does it mean to be a member of this community today? Well, it mostly means being hated by everyone online and getting banned in every left-leaning community. That's what it means to be a fan of me today.
Poor
You know,
Bosch.
back during the 2020 primaries, being a fan of me meant something. It felt like we were really fighting for something, you know? It felt like there was a real effort being made, a strong, you know, community cohesion. And I saw in my Reddit the other day, I saw people liked a little rant that I did last stream. Just some anarchist. I just got mad at a chatter and I talked about the, you know, the unimportance of national boundaries and stuff like that. And people in the Reddit posted that, and they posted that not just because it was, you know, well spoken and thank you, but I think also because it was affirmative. You know, it was like a positive. It was something to rally around rather than something to defend against. So it came to me, you know, and I think the Come Pledge was great, but I think we can do better. Okay? I think it's time to begin the Fortress arc. All right? For too long we've been fighting in the open field. Okay? For too long we've been battling out. All right? No trenches, no fortifications. We've just been out there in the fields and the forests, okay? It's time. All right? It's time to build the tower. All right? It's time to mine the quarries. All right? We're going to build a fortress. The Voshite Fortress. And to that end, we have to focus on affirmative community behavior. Making
Destiny,
things
uploaded a couple
rather
of
than
lists.
responding
Can I
to
get that
things. You know,
inflate,
we
please?
have to...
Hold on.
X.
What? Upload a couple of lists. Can I get a gem flyer? I don't. Hold on. Later. Okay. Jesus. 1 second.
to decide our arc. Making things rather than responding to things. You know, we have to decide our arc. We can't let other things decide the arc that we're on. We have to make choices. We have to give people in the community a reason to be here other than being right. Because if you guys, I mean, if you guys want to, at least in my opinion, be correct about stuff, then you can just listen to me and then, like, not be a part of the community. But the community, I think, can be much better. I think we have a uniquely good community. Like, the people here are upstanding in a moral sense. I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys get on my nerves sometimes.
Damn, does that sound like a cult or what? Holy fuck.
Really, I've been in a lot of online communities, and I've seen a lot of them from the outside. And this is a good one. This is a very, very good one. So to that end, we're purging the toxicity from within me. I'm going to address, briefly, every drama thing that I think we've been bogged down by, interminably, in the recent past. And as far as I'm concerned, it's settled. I'm sure it'll come up in the future, but I don't want to obsess over it, you know? Because if we were to obsess over how wrong everyone else is, every wrong done to me or what, I mean, we could do that forever. For years and years and years. Okay? So I think it's important, you know, the fortress, we lay the first stone. Okay? Clearly. Beginning, obviously, with the JKR situation. There are a lot of really good people in the online left who are, I think the well has been poisoned in their minds with regards to their perceptions of me, to the point where they are, when they see drama pertaining to me, they are there's an entirely different version of myself in their head that they're responding to. Like, whatever leads a person to equate my moral worth to J.K. Rowling's moral worth, I genuinely don't think that can come about from a person actually knowing what I care about or what I do or what I believe or what I say or anything to that effect. And to that end,
I'm so clearly, obviously, a better person than her.
No matter how wrong everyone else is, and God, are they wrong. No matter how wrong everyone else is, the only way out of this pit is to give them a better narrative. It is so tempting, and God, I want to, and I do defend myself, and I will defend myself against bad arguments. But a better narrative has to be given, you know? The well has to be unpoisoned. There's no way around that. You can't. Now, it may be frustrating, but it's just necessary, you know? We aren't taking the yellow? No, I was right about everything that I said. In spite of me being correct and me being the wronged one here, I will still attempt to amend their misconceptions. I will. They strike me, but I reach forward and I gently brush the spider off their shoulder. You see, I help them even when I'm under attack. That is what I want to do.
Oh my
okay?
God!
And we will do it. With regards to Cat Black, I think that her behavior is very weird. And judging from what I have seen of her, I genuinely think that she is of low moral character. And
damn.
I do not feel like that should be excused or overlooked simply because she has a long history of trans advocacy.
Oh.
There are plenty of people who have long histories of advocacy for marginalized groups who have serious problems with their, behavior or their moral underpinning, and she just gives me a really bad vibe. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, just no. ContraPoints. ContraPoints is a brilliant woman. It would be stupid of me to deny this. I do not deny this. Her content is exceptional, and I will continue to watch and praise it, assuming it maintains its quality, which I have no reason to believe that it won't. She is also unequivocally wrong here, and she wronged me.
Wrong.
But smart people can do bad things. And in the grand scale of things, given the fact that she was acting to defend a friend, I don't think this should be considered some kind of ultimate, denunciation of her character. ContraPoints is often in her live streams and in her videos and in essentially all the content that she produces indicated that she's... This isn't meant to be a sideline, but, catty, I guess. I don't know how to say... I mean, she says it about herself. I don't know if I'm to be impugned for that, but... a person who, let's say, plays it a little bit fast and loose with friendships and emotional states sometimes. I don't know, Mean Girls behavior. However you want to frame that, I feel like I'm essentially just repeating stuff that she's jokingly said about herself, but given that, I think it explains her behavior. It's very disappointing. I look forward, maybe one day in the future, possibly, to...
oh, this stupid shit.
Seeing that relationship with her improve. I don't expect it to, but she is wrong, and she will have to apologize if that is to happen.
Bend the knee.
Noah Samson. It's really difficult for me to make out what Noah Samson is or means or intends or plans to do, because it feels like Noah Samson is incredibly... The negative term here would be spineless, but I think if we're to be more charitable and also more accurate, I think that Noah Samson is just very susceptible to input from people around him. I don't know if that's just a product of him being new to the space or of being younger, or if it's like a cowardice thing or whatever. I don't think that he's dumb. A lot of people in my community have said that he's dumb. I don't actually think that. I think that snark, when applied unwisely, can often come across as dumb, because it gives the impression of a sort of confident ignorance of a subject. Snark is difficult to pull off when you're talking about political subjects, because if you frame it incorrectly or pose those arguments in a way that sort of looks over nuance that's really important to the thing you're being snarky about, then it can make you look really dumb. And again, the well is so poisoned with me.
For sure.
We'll see how things play out with him. I don't know if it's going to go super negative. I don't know if it's going to go positive. I genuinely don't know. I have no way of knowing. Demon Mama. I genuinely think that Demon Mama is a good person.
Yeah.
But holy shit, her grandstanding arc needs to it's not even an arc. It's her entire career. Demon Mama has enjoyed success in being a loud and aggressive advocate for the things in which she believes, and I think there's something to admire there. But the fact remains that the longer you do this job, the longer course correction and the ability to engage in course correction is important. You understand? The longer you do something, the more L's one will accumulate. Everyone,
nice.
including me. And when those things happen, when you accumulate L's, you need to have a process for being able to address them and respond to them. And when you grandstand so hard, when you posture so
How does
hard,
Vosh's audience
that
react to this? They'll always soy out when he goes on these like really big indignant. Although to be fair, I guess I can be indignant as well too. But anytime he's like super indignant, people are usually like super for soying out. Oh, fuck. I have to see this is his true chat. We will drink only the clearest of glacial water.
Not only do
It's
you
game.
deny these, but you also essentially
Bosch
like
takes no L's.
gaslight and abuse people who point them out. Like you act instantly, you act out like every like element of emotional abuse that you can, like in the short frame of a conversation, to try to manipulate them into not pointing out. Like, look, we all have bad processes. There are people who do this worse. So hopefully she improves in that respect, and we'll see how things go. Speaking of people who do this worse, Hassan.
Uh-oh.
Hassan, look, at the end of the day, the majority of the things that Hassan believes and stands
Similar to
for
me.
and argues for are things that I will agree with.
Of course.
The problem is that Hassan has absolutely no mechanism whatsoever for recognizing criticism. Absolutely none.
I
He
can't.
doesn't.
Okay, we're
He
not
has
hitting the
no
head.
such
Whoever said that was
mechanism.
fucking retarded.
I don't think that he can treat. I don't think he can recognize criticism as good faith. I don't think he can. Like I don't know what like pre-existing biases are feeding into this. If it's all just like DGG harassment stuff or whatever, but whatever has led him to this point, the problem is like for a long time
Remember, I
I've
can hit the head
wondered
using my horse.
what happens when he defends a really bad take? And then it happened with the Ukraine situation. And, you know, because, do you remember the JXE stuff as well with the, like, watching, like, stealing content stuff? Like, any criticism that Hassan gets, like, instantly, like, full nuclear, the people criticizing him are bad people, they're bad faith, they're clout sharks, he's right. Everyone's trying to tear him down. He hardcore guilt trips and plays the victim, which is ridiculous because, and I don't know, like he needs to be reminded of this. He is literally the largest political streamer in the Western world. I'm only saying Western because I don't know if like China has like some gigantic political streamer that I don't know about. He might actually be the largest political streamer on Earth, on the planet ever in all of human history.
Wow.
In which case, like, holy fuck, he needs to tone that shit way down. Way down. Like, oh my god. Yeah, thank you. People in chat, I know.
Oh my god.
He needs to tone that way down. He can't keep playing the victim every time he gets criticism. It's ridiculous, okay? He needs to tone that shit down. Okay? Okay, so that's those groups.
Do I have iframes on my
Destiny.
horse? Destiny, that's
okay.
me!
Destiny was recently banned from
That's
Twitch.
me!
Nobody knows why, because Twitch is a horrible platform that is incredibly opaque with their moderation.
How am I supposed to dodge this?
I don't know. It's possible he was banned for briefly having Nick Fuentes on stream.
That's
a
not
banned
possible.
streamer,
No.
before getting off Twitch, it was like a 10-minute period. If that's the case, then I guess you could argue that's a fair ban because that's an explicit like violation of the rules. With regards to that ban, though, it seems like the people in his community are saying that it's actually because he said trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in sports or something like that. If that is the case, if that is the reason why he was banned, I would find that incredibly disappointing. While I disagree with Destiny's perspective on this, I do not think it's appropriate for Twitch to ban people over just stated positions on contentious issues like that. Like, that seems like an incredibly difficult line to maintain.
Okay, I just need to get away from him, I think. Like, run away.
Ultimately, the problem here is that Destiny has done so many fucking reprehensible things in the past month alone
In
that
the
I'm
past
not even
month
fully
alone.
aware of, because he does them so often that keeping appraised of them would take more time. Like, I'm playing Elden Ring. I don't have time. He does so many awful things, at least has in the recent past, that for a lot of them, I would think his ban was justified. When he was doing his, like, rape apologia arc and, like, laughing and saying that, like, a woman who was raped was a retarded child, like, if he got banned from Twitch for that,
That sounds exactly
I would
like
have
what
thought,
happened.
yeah, no shit. Like, if he got banned from Twitch during that, I would have thought, like, yeah, okay. Like, I would, you know? But he didn't. He didn't get banned from Twitch for that. He's gotten banned for Twitch now for reasons that I don't know. I don't know. It's impossible to know with him. It's genuinely not possible to know, like, what this is actually about. Honestly, I just think that Destiny's a transphobe. people in his community will argue against it.
True.
Because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me
He's a pro-trans.
let me talk to you very briefly about that.
Yeah.
Very, very briefly.
Let's
How can
hear
you
about it.
justify that? Just you watch, person who joined the site in the last 24 hours.
Oh boy.
All right, Artemy, you getting out of here.
Oh. Okay. Wait, this seems really broken. You get a lot of iframes
There we go.
jumping off the horse.
So I'm going to paraphrase Destiny here, but
Okay.
nothing that I'm about to say is a smear. It's,
Oh, of course.
literally just a
Totally
thing that he
accurate.
said about himself.
Of course.
Destiny does not care inherently about any minority groups whatsoever. He cares about the pursuit of the truth, truthful positions. He said that himself. He said it for years too. Like
That's
he
fairly
cares
true,
first
I
and
guess.
foremost about finding the truth, which sounds nice, you know.
But
He said for years as well that he's a sociopath, which is kind of a warning sign when people say that about themselves.
kind of a meme
whether
because
or not
everybody
that's correct,
accuses
but,
me of
you
being a
know.
sociopath.
He said many times that he's an egoist. That his moral biases are towards his own self-betterment. You know.
Wait, what?
Now, on their own, none of these things are inherently
But I'm trying to paint a picture here.
wrong. The issue is how they combine. Let me
Yes.
explain. Okay.
Explain.
So, when I talk about all these political issues,
Yeah.
it's because I have a political bias towards a set of principles derived from subjective axioms
Wow.
that I want to
Oh,
achieve.
boy.
They involve equality. They involve, human betterment, blah, de blah. I've talked
Nice,
about it
dragon.
a million times before. I have what feels like an external set of processes and destinations that I can refer to whenever I want the world, whenever I want to refer to my own beliefs. Now, obviously, these are still subjectively held values, the axioms. So
Oh, yeah,
it's not
axioms.
like I have some objective truth marker that I
Okay.
can figure out, but I think it's still useful. The issue with Destiny is that, speaking frankly,
Yeah?
if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is
How do you get from all these random statements to Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people? What is it? What a worthless statement. What does that even mean? But okay.
a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people. That is absolutely the case, and he has essentially admitted this on stream before. That's what happens when you are primarily interested in the pursuit of the truth, which, by the way, pursuit of the truth means pursuit of what you think is true. And you're
Well, no
primarily self-interested, and you argue in favor of self-interest. All this adds together to mean that he doesn't argue for trans rights because he believes in trans rights. He argues for trans rights because those positions, when held, are the easiest ones to defend. They give him the greatest rhetorical and intellectual advantage against the people he argues against. But having pro-trans positions is not the same thing as being pro-trans. Usually they are. For most people, that is the case. But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions, and then to spend a ton of time on Twitter quote tweeting trans accounts, accusing them of being groomers, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sex pests, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts, going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts.
I will, Fredo. Yeah, I will.
It's possible
Can
to
it
be
be the case?
pro-trans position.
Can it not be the case? And I understand for all you white guys out there that love this impulse shit. Don't you think it's possible to just hate somebody without hating their identity? If all of this was relating to a black person, would I just be getting called racist instead? Why is it not possible that I could have all of these ideas and thoughts and mean things that I'm doing just because I don't like these particular people? Fuck. This is so irritating.
But still transphobic. And anyone who thinks that's not possible, do you guys not personally know, or at least on the internet know, somebody who argues in favor of feminist positions, but was still a misogynist? Is this really that unlikely? Of course it's not unlikely. This is
wait,
actually
what?
a pretty common thing. There have been plenty of examples of people who argue, you know, in like a factual or logical sense in favor of progressive positions, but nonetheless have biases against those groups. My personal belief is not that Destiny hates trans people. It's that he and his community regard them with a kind of detached apathy. Essentially, Destiny thinks trans people are stupid ingrates who don't appreciate all the good he's done for trans people. And in that respect, because they've wronged him and his...
So, the reason why... Okay, I have never... And I don't do this because it's fucking cringe, okay? I'm not ever trying to sit here and be like a fucking white savior for any group. That's why when I say I argue about things, I typically argue like, I just think these positions are true. I don't want to be your fucking ally or any cringe cuck shit like that. I could give a fuck less. That shit is cringy as fuck to me. So I'm not looking for credit there. Okay, I don't care if people, you know, don't give me credit for like saving trans people on Twitch or any shit like that. But I certainly don't want the opposite. Right? I'm not sitting here to say that like I'm a fucking trans savior or the savior of black people on Twitch, but I'm not gonna sit here and have people call me like transphobic and racist. I don't think that asking that I not be seen as like a racist or transphobic person is the same thing as wanting to be seen as their fucking savior. Like, why is this boss glitching so bad? Wait, where'd my horse go? Fuck, I paused him and now I'm in a boss battle, so get fucked.
Bias and priority is towards his well-being. They're functionally no different from the alt-righters that he used to argue against. They're just another group of, you know, essentially subhuman internet detractors that he can pull out all the stops against.
Yeah.
I think that Destiny's moral compass is fucked. I think the warning signs have been there for years, but they've gotten infinitely worse in the past few years. And as a product of all this, I just don't care about him being banned from Twitch, because he's done so many things that I would consider worthy of it, that parsing out the specifics of how this ban took place when the Twitch ban is opaque and I don't actually know how he got banned from Twitch is... I just don't care. Which brings me to his community. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, I can defer to objective truth on this one. Just go look at it. It's absolutely psychotic.
The worst thing when people dip their toes into philosophy is when you get these like incredibly acidine statements of like, well, for defending that point, I mean, it's just subjectively true. And for that, I defer to the self-evidence-ness of the objective truthness of the proposition that I've made. That is just objectively, self-evidently, objectively true. Like, okay. I guess we're just irony poisoned.
You can go look at the replies to anyone he argues with on Twitter. They are full of conservatives, alt-righters, and Destiny fans who act like the former two, except they're better at concern trolling.
Show some!
They're absolutely insane. I genuinely believe that a good portion of that community is just mentally ill. Not to say y'all aren't either, but, you know, different degrees of harm. They are incredibly prone to brigading, and they are the biggest, let's say, selectively forgetful people in the universe. Like, for example, they're like seething over Keffels briefly and tepidly for 30 seconds or so, saying that Destiny might have raped somebody because of his like Rapestiny arc with the whole stealthing thing. Meanwhile, Destiny has not only said but maintained for months that a friend of Keffels is a pedophile because she advocates for like trans kids being able to get on HRT. Like, calling a trans woman a pedophile because
Why can't he ever present my arguments honestly? I think that the point that I brought up, I think most reasonable people would agree with. What I said was that it's really fucking weird, sounds really pedophilic when you're on Twitter saying like, I've given over 500 minors access to illegal drugs to change their sex. That sounds really weird. I'm sorry, bro. Like, you've got to be fucking mentally imprisoned, okay, into some crazy fucking political hackery to not think that that doesn't sound really fucking weird. That is an incredibly fucking strange thing to brag about. But, like, he never brings up the context of that. He just says that I accuse, like, random trans people of being pedophiles. And that's not true. And I think I've even said as much. I doubt they're, like, I don't think this person's, Jesus Christ. I don't know if this person's like a fucking pedophile, but that's just like, that's like an incredibly fucking weird, like quasi-pedophile adjacent thing to get on fucking Twitter and say, okay? That's incredibly fucking weird. And I'll always stand by that.
advocating for trans children's rights to like get access to hormones is literally a far right talking point. But like, yeah, Keffels retracted that point almost immediately. But like
So,
Destiny and
fuck.
his community will do anything or say anything about any people and justify it, and they'll gaslight you into thinking that you were the one who wronged him because they have a massive victim complex. It's fucking pathetic. I have seen alt-right communities who have more spine with regards to defending the stuff that their like content creator makes or says. Destiny can do or say anything, and the people in his community will bend over backwards, forget anything they have to.
There's like
retract
clips
any
of this shit
statements
posted on like a
necessarily,
daily basis.
any
but
statements
okay,
they need
dude.
to like reframe reality.
A little bit of
as long as
projection
it
there.
allows them to pull out all the stops with you. And when they defend him, they really do sound like alt-righters. Have you noticed how many people on in Destiny's community have been screeching the transes came for him, next they'll come for you? They said that to me. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? To me? What? Are you just have it on copy and paste? Oh no, not when the online left and the trans community comes for me. Jesus. Oh, I saw a person. Okay, so we watched the video is on my second channel, but we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's
Rape
literally just
apology
like
arc.
laughing at a woman who was raped, calling
Just
her
laughing.
a retarded child, attacking her over nothing. Literally, she said nothing to him. He just
Yeah.
decided to
To
attack
attack her,
her.
to go
'cause-
full force
And
attack.
then later he like argued against Me Too and said women should shut up if they get like raped and not like talk about it on social media.
That sounds
Anyway, we
exactly
saw
like what
all
I
of this.
said. That
And,
sounds
like,
exactly
I saw
like my
somebody in my
positions,
reply
for sure,
point this out,
absolutely.
And then somebody, a DGGer, replied to that saying, "Did you look at the context of those statements?" My brother in Christ, no context was missing from those statements. What the fuck do you mean? We saw. What?
That just sounds like stuff I
swear
would
to
talk
God,
about.
Maybe this is my fault, or
Destiny
actually, I think
tells
this is
women
Jordan
to shut the
Peterson's
fuck
fault
up and
because
get
he does
raped.
this worse than
That
I
just
do,
that
okay?
really does sound
When
like a thing
the
I would
whole
say, for sure.
context thing is when a clip is out of context, you don't know what's preceding or following it, where you don't know whether or not it's being said as a joke or like if there's anything around it. Those were just statements he made. Like I swear to God, they would look at like a New York Times article where they quote somebody famous saying something bad and go like, well, context, like my brother. They said that like it's and anyway, no context is missing here. But anyway, they'll pull out any rhetorical technique.
The rhetorical techniques. They're all master
Which
debaters.
brings me to my subreddit. The purges will continue. 100%. DGGers, in terms of their willingness to raid and in terms of their moral, like, I don't know, what would I say?
Pick a really big word.
Moral capacity, their
fuck,
moral
that sucked.
standing are, as far as I'm concerned, like on board with like alt-right
Nazis.
raids, and I
Yep.
just don't care. You can look over at like Destiny's subreddit, and there are people over there, like they literally act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny's subreddit. They
I don't think
just
he knows
act like
what Kiwi
farmers.
farmers
You can compare.
look like. I don't think he has any idea.
They don't use slurs the way Kiwi farmers do sometimes, but in terms of their behavior and their seeming like adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So
Adherence
yeah,
to
the
reality?
bans will continue like pretty much all the time. Their community is like desperate for their editor to release like a 3-year-old clip.
He's a 3-year-old clip. One of the reasons, if you don't know the context, one of the reasons why Vosh is probably particularly mad here is because his community got an official warning by the Reddit admins for excessively brigading other communities. So he's probably feeling a little bit pissed off about that, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's like attacking my community so harshly here. Call it projection or diversion, or I guess whatever fancy word you want to use, but that's probably part of what's driving how incensed he is for this particular clip.
Of me talking with Destiny after the Poppy drama, which, I mean, they can if they want. They hold that over me. They try to hold things over me, which is very strange to me. As if I haven't demonstrated to this point that I'm essentially, like, unsinkable. Like, what could, like, at this point? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Kiwi Farm's trying to dox Keffels as well, which I'm sure DGGers have no problem with whatsoever. Anyway, yeah. It's just genuinely pathetic.
I know.
And,
I think it's funny.
oh, last thing. Reminds me of Gamergate. Back in 2014, Gamergate, you know,
But you guys
big,
shouldn't do it,
big
'cause I'll
bad,
ban you for
big
doing
bad
it.
stuff. And during Gamergate, like 95% of the well-intentioned skeptic community, like 95% of Gamergate was full of like well-intentioned people who just wanted to defend, you know, journalistic rights and like games journalism ethics and what have you. And there was the 5% who were like psychotic doxers. This was the case every time. Basically, the psychotic doxers would go to like feminist YouTubers and like dox them, leak all their shit, harass them, death threats, rape threats, everything, you know? And then when those victims complained about it, the 95%, the concerned trolls, knowing or unknowing, would come in and they would be like, how can you paint all of us Gamergaters as psychotic doxers? I don't stand with that person, but they all watch the same content creators. So they do. And they all do the same thing, and they play the same game. This is Destiny. This is Destiny's fans. I don't care whether you're one of the psychotic Destiny fans or not, at all. I don't care. You all play defense. You're psychotic. Destiny is psychotic. Do whatever you like.
That's my word, by the way.
Keffels. Keffels is good. Sure, I disagree with her on a lot of stuff, but I see her on Twitter, and she ratios people, and that makes me laugh. Next subject. Let's see. Pose all that. Oh, right. The Canadian Emergencies Act.
Is that it?
I guess I don't really have much to say here that isn't covered by the next subject, which is my fans' capriciousness. That's you guys. My fans' capriciousness. Yeah, you guys. Okay. I just have a request for you. Just be a little bit more trusting in the future, okay? I know that we have disagreements time and time again. I understand that, and that's fine. That's healthy, okay? But I'm not so concerned with the disagreements. I'm concerned with the methods through which the disagreements take place, like the attitudes that people take. And sometimes it feels like I have to swim like upstream to try to fight against the same misconceptions that I deal with outside of my community. The thing that really, really frustrated me more so than anything else was when people in my sub started to judge me based on Cat Black's framing of my private conversation with her, which I genuinely don't understand why. Like wait a bit, right? Like I just don't understand, right? Like why would you? Yeah, I don't know. That just seems weird to me. That's it. It's not about disagreeing fundamentally. It's about you know, the way in which you do it. Okay, last 2 points.
Yep.
My own sub count. Obviously, it's been a bit rocky for a while. We got up, we've gone down. I do think that focusing on building the fortress arc, you know, I think the fortress arc is going to be very good for this community. But I want to make it clear that no matter what happens with regards to my channel or my sub count, whether I get to 1 million or never, whether my channel is deleted or not, I am very, very proud of this community and very proud of the stuff that we have done. I cannot
This one of him fingering Melina on stream as she says to stop? Wait, what is that clip? Is that the hot tub clip? Wait, what the? These people are insane. What the fuck? When he says fortress, he literally just means echo chamber? Yeah.
State that, you know? Whether, you know, even if all of this were to vanish like a dream tomorrow, I hope it doesn't.
New lore,
but
true.
Even if it were, you know, I could go the rest of my life feeling satisfied that I had, to the best of my ability, positively affected, yeah, a good number of people. Millions, judging by my analytics, but I think we can do better. Trillions. Quadrillions even.
Quadrillions.
Whatever number is bigger than that. Hundreds. So that's that. And then finally, oh no, sorry, 2 more. Lefty Reddit. As you guys all know, the entirety of leftist Reddit is controlled by a core team of moderators, most of whom are tankies, who despise me and just auto-ban basically anyone who speaks positively of me. I don't have a solution for this problem. It's possible that in the future we can attempt to do like coordinated, you know, like, I don't know, mod mail. Nah, that sounds super dorky. Nah, that's dumb. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest. There might be some way, some underhanded way of affecting an outcome. It's not like I don't have the influence to do this, you know. Yeah, I don't really know how that would be done, though. It is very unfortunate. I think probably the best
rolled early.
solution is to just work on building from within. You know?
Okay. How long until Vosh you think gets eaten by all these new quote-unquote allies? Because as much as he likes to like virtue signal, he can't. He's not like the ultra fucking. He's not like the ultra fucking progressive woke cuck that he's like. The audience he's trying to, I guess, right now. Curtail to? Well, there's a word that I'm looking for. Court. Oh, that's the word. The audience is trying to court right now. I'll put money before 2023 this year. He's so scared of me, dude. Jesus.
I appealed last night just because I wanted to find out if Destiny getting permit from Twitch was some kind of like Full Metal Alchemist equivalent exchange thing where like I could somehow wrest myself from the ban through the power of his ban, you know, like to see if there's some sort of universal constant that I can exploit to get back on the platform. But yeah, to restore balance, essentially. If I do get back on Twitch, I'm not going to stream there regularly. I just want the ability to talk to other Twitch streamers. You know?
Without having to worry that Destiny can come onto a panel and push my shit in. Because I'm saying some stupid shit like fucking Anton Scalia is a fucking fascist. You missed the best part of the Vosh video. He begs his chat to participate in offline chat. Wait, does he? Hold on.
I don't really got much credit.
I don't remember what time in the video we were at. Okay, what time are we at?
A friend of Keffel's is a pedophile because
Pedophile?
oh, same thing, and they play the same game. This is Destiny. This is Destiny's fans. I don't care whether you're one of the psychotic Destiny fans. Of my private conversation. It seems very difficult to. It seems difficult to pull out of that, to pull through that. But like I said, I think it's about building another narrative. You know, I don't think we can change people's minds by convincing them that they're wrong about their interpretations of me. I think we can get them to think better of me by giving them something good to focus on, which then might lead them to reconsider the negative perceptions they have of me. And there's a critical difference between those two because one of them is offensive and the other is constructive. In one of them, you attack the narrative they already hold, and in the second, you build a new narrative, a fortress, if you will. And as people appreciate and admire your fortress, they reconsider. How could a person who has done this, who's done these things, how could they be this bad person I've heard of?
What?
I think this is an effective method. I will continue to defend myself against negative perceptions of me, of course, because I am, you know, I think that's my right, and I think it's good to do so, and I'm not spineless. But I also think it's important to understand that doing so isn't about changing other people's minds. It's about maintaining my character, the validity of my positions. But it's not about changing their minds. We can change people's minds, and I think we should work towards that. So I am going to make an effort from here on forth to try to get back into a more constructive content schedule. The main reason for this being, honest to God, and maybe this sounds conceited, I don't think the drama that I talk about is worth my time, attention, or my smarts. I genuinely don't. Like pointing out that Destiny is a rape apologist and a transphobe is below my intelligence. I have, as I've said, I have outpaced him intellectually, and at this point I feel like I'm screaming through like a bullhorn and someone half a mile back on the track. You know, it's honestly my voice hurts. It seems like a waste to go on about the J.K. Rowling drama because I feel like my positions have been argued for, and I feel like I am borderline self-evidently correct at this point, given that the insane vitriol towards me went that far, and J.K. Rowling's now being endorsed by Putin, and it might have actually been because of the headlines that she made about me, because that's the last time J.K. Rowling made headlines. It was because of her beef with me, and right after that, Putin endorses her, and I can't help but wonder if he knows who I am. Maybe, possibly, like... Okay. Oh, by the way, listen, up to this point, I haven't defended the misogyny. If Putin knows who I am, I'm defending the misogyny. Okay, I don't care. If that's where that road leads, you know, if the cosmic scales have tilted in that, you know, fashion, then I don't even care. Whatever brings me there, you know, hell yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't want the don't want to get suicide in the back of the head for disrespecting his queen, you know. She was his queen and she was crazier than him, and so on and so on. You know, however that goes. I don't know the whole meme bit. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like last thing, yeah. Offline chat. My offline chat. I don't know if you guys know this. My chat is active all the time, online and offline. You've probably noticed that when the streams end, people in chat start all capsing offline chat, but I'm often looking at offline chat, and I legitimately think that it's really, really cute and cool, and people are just chatting. And when I have, like, stuff that I want to talk about and I'm not streaming, the first place I think to go to is offline chat. So it just seems like it's a nice, I don't know, like a very direct sort of continuation of the stream at all times in terms of, like, maintaining the community and the form. So that's nice. And then finally, my last point on this is my own reputation. The most,
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like, I feel like I'm a really smart guy, and I genuinely feel like a lot of people bring to me matters of my attention, which are just not worth my time. And it just seems dumb. Not to say I'm opposed to drama or just, like, you know, doing dumb shit or whatever, but I've been, like, locked in it because it just keeps happening over and over. Like, over the past 2 months, the drama has overlapped. You guys noticed that, right? Like, it's not just drama. It's the end of the last drama will end only because we start focusing on the next one. It's insane. And it's exhausting. And it is cutting into my interest in streaming. Not just because it's tiring. Which it is, you know, but I can handle that. It's also just a little bit boring. It's just a little bit boring. And it cuts into my ability to do the things that I care about. And those are my thoughts on this. I love you all very much. This is an excellent community. You can make it better.
You!
Sub to my channels. Join the Reddit. Stay in offline chat. Go join the Discord. We recently added Arcelia and Posadas John. They are the 2 new head mods. I like them both. I am confident that they will do a good job running the server. Like the stream, which will soon be a listed video. We'll do more fun stuff soon. For the Elden Ring streams. By the way, there's a stream at 5 p.m. Today, which begins in 4 hours. We are talking to some folks. Convos, interview. Maybe a debate later. I'll be playing Elden Ring. You know how it goes.
I bet Vosh level's bigger.
In the future, I'd like to do more TTS streams, if for no other reason than because tax season is coming up and I'm broke. And
what?
we will look into ways to further diversify the content that we produce, because I feel like we can do a lot more than we're doing now. Get some more debates as well. I love you all very much. You are beautiful people. Take care, and I'll see most of you in 4 hours and 20 minutes.
What did this guy spend $500,000 last year on? Jesus Christ. People hold different people to different standards. No shit. There's a reason why we make fun of Republicans that get caught being gay. It's not because we hate gay people, and it's not because we would hold, like, other people, like, to account for being gay, or it's not like we were, like, it's because Republicans that are specifically anti-homosexual or anti-gay in their... This might be the most trans...
Millionaire while also being a socialist. It's kind of simple. He's not into the redistribution of money, but he is into the redistribution of AIDS through his dog shit videos. Hassan is good at what really left-leaning or woke would be like, you're
actually
trans,
said
you don't
that
know
at
what
the
fuck
end?
you're talking
Holy
about.
shit.
Let me, a cis person, tell you.
I didn't even
you don't
remember
know
that.
Lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole.
Lost cuz stinky omega lol.
Okay, this took a long time for him to type. Is he allowed to have this on stream? Won't he get banned? Okay.
Our old good buddy Shank's nephew made a reply video to us, so I made a little summary for you guys who don't want to watch a 5-hour stream. So here it is.
A while ago, these guys that I don't know anything about, okay, and still don't know anything about, made a video, I think, about title is true. Hasanabi called us transphobes. Hear why? And then the answer is, you know, because we're transphobes. Transphobic. 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 Transphobia. Transphobic. 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 Transphobia. Transphobic. 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 Transphobic.
That's right. It.
No, there's another like 35 transphobes in there, but I'm gonna save them for later. For those of you watching a little bit confused, you guys don't know who Hasanabi is. Hassan Piker is the nephew of Shank Uger, who owns
the founder
TYT,
of Twitch
the
Politics.
Young Turks Network. And Hasanabi himself, he's a political streamer who's always on Twitch. He also happens to be a millionaire socialist. Yes. What?
That don't make sense.
The millionaire socialist?
I mean, that don't make sense.
What?
That don't make sense.
Because when he says socialist, it means he's into like the redistribution of chlamydia, not actual money.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit different.
Why?
He puts the
What
moron
the
in
fuck?
oxy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Jeez.
Puts the chlamydia in women. Get me? Keep up. It's a different kind of socialism, but I think it's still socialism. Yeah, just a little bit more of a bio. Hassan Piker isn't religious, but he does believe that dressing like a thrift shop manager helps him look like a socialist. That and spreading Russian propaganda. If you're confused about how he can claim to be... If you're confused how someone can claim to be a multi-millionaire while also being a socialist, it's kind of simple. He's not into the redistribution of money, but he is into the redistribution of AIDS through his dog shit videos. Hassan is good at what he does, let me tell you.
What the fuck?
Hassan is Turkish. I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves getting...
What are you gonna say? What are you doing?
I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves being... I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves being stuffed and roasted by everyone he debates online.
Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be way darker.
Hassan's the kind of lefty to get depression because he finds out his dick leans right.
I would say I solidified my success when I was able to get AOC on my show to play Among Us.
Imagine being a political streamer and your proudest moment is playing video games with a vegan-friendly politician. And this guy's not proud of maybe talking politics with her, you know, going through all the strategies or talking the future of voting.
No, playing Among Us.
fucking Among Us.
So basically, he's a political fuckboy. That's what you're telling me. He's a political fuckboy.
And I want people to have a more positive approach to dealing with issues.
Transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobic.
With how often this man yells the word transphobic, I just assumed he either had Tourette's or really wanted to fuck Sweet Anita. But it turns out the man's just auditioning for Antifa, all right? This guy is insufferable.
Hassan's relationship with the trans community is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
Oh, the
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
Fair point. Let's see how humble his response is.